Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the special board meeting of the Southside Independent School District. Please let the record show that there is a quorum present. Jesse Hernandez present. Mrs. Brenda Olivares.
Present.
Mrs. Marybel Angel Robles.
Present.
Mrs. Margarita Morales Garcia.
Present.
Mrs. Mary Silva.
Here.
The time is now 5:30 p.m. on Wednesday, October 15th, 2025. As President, I just Hernandez call the special board meeting of the Southside Independent School District Board of Trustees to order. At this time, I'd like to welcome Mrs. Margarita Morales Garcia to welcome our visitors and guests.
Just wanted to say welcome to everybody, parents, staff, students, and those watching at home. Thank you for joining us tonight and coming to our board meeting.
Thank you, Mrs. Morales Garcia. Please note that this meeting is held and has been posted in accordance with Government Code Chapter 551, State of Texas Open Meetings Act. At this time, we'll move over to our next item, which is public comment. Ms. Marybel Angel Robles, if you can read our public comments.
Thank you. The board will now hear comments from those persons who have signed up to speak pursuant to Board Policy BED Local. At a special board meeting, public comment is limited to items on the agenda posted with notice of the meeting. Generally speaking, an individual's comments to the board shall not exceed 3 minutes per meeting. During the public comment portion of the meeting, the board will listen, but it will not engage in dialogue or debate with the speakers. The board has adopted specific complaint policies and specific procedures for presenting complaints. If the presiding officer determines that a presentation during this portion of the meeting is a complaint, he or she will respectfully ask that person to stop speaking and to use the board's adopted policies and procedures to have the matter heard through the appropriate channels. The board expects all audience members to behave politely and orderly during this and all other portions of the meeting. Speakers who use profane, obscene, threatening, or abusive language will be ruled out of order and asked to continue their comments. Disruptive comments will not be tolerated.
Thank you, Mrs. Angel Robles. At this time, I would like to invite Mrs. Shana Robinson to the podium. Welcome.
Good evening. We have good news today. So we're bringing you a check for $29,000 from Attentive and Robinson Brokerage Firm on behalf of the program that we added a year ago. And so I don't want to take any more than 3 minutes. So here's the check. So if you guys will just stand, we'll take a quick picture so that we can get this on our website. And I will hand the money over to Mr. Reed. The real check.
You can take that to the bank. Go around.
Go around?
Yeah.
Sorry, we're not all.
Are we going over?
We're going over.
Okay. Big row.
I don't want to take more than 3 minutes because I can disrupt them. Thank you. Thank you.
You got it. You got it. Sorry. This is check. Okay, at this time, we'll go ahead and move on to our presentations. First up is a presentation for Robinson Brokerage Firm. Superintendent?
Good evening, Mr. Hernandez, members of the board, staff, and community. This evening, we're pleased to have a representative from the Teacher Retirement System, TRS, joining us remotely. The representative will provide an overview of the benefits and services offered through TRS, including key updates, and will answer questions trustees may have. We also, joining us, we have Ms. Shana Robinson, who would deliver a presentation on our self-insurance program. She will share important details regarding the structure of the plan, current performance, and any updates or recommendations moving forward. Each presenter will have 15 minutes for their presentation to include time for questions. We will start off with a presentation by Ms. Shana Robinson.
Welcome again, Mrs. Robinson.
Thank you. Good evening, President Hernandez, Superintendent Ramirez, distinguished Board of Trustees. We are going to give you a quick packet, and then we're going to jump right in so that we can be good stewards of your time and make sure that we stay to about a 10-minute time limit, and then that way it leaves a little bit of time for questions. So with that being said, if you'll turn to page 2, I'm only going to cover about the first 4 pages, so don't anybody panic with the big packet. Jumping right in, I think I was asked to come up and really describe what we are currently using for Southside ISD medical coverage. As you all know, we are currently on Blue Cross Blue Shield. You can see the rate comparison up at the top. I want to be honest, the 2026, 2027 TRS is just a projected rate increase of what they've typically had, about 10 to 13% every year. So that is a projection, that is not the current rate. That being said, the difference is that we currently have and that our employees are able to utilize and enjoy, number one would be there is no deductible for their prescriptions. If you're on the primary plan, there is currently a $2,500 deductible before you can use your prescriptions, unless it's generic. So that is a benefit that our employees utilize. We have over 180 employees today that are on Ozempic or Mounjaro. That medication, an employee would have to spend up to $2,500 to be able to access that. And then that would be $100 a month prescription moving forward. Currently, our employees are not paying anything if they utilize Global RX. So remember, we're able to get those drugs 40 to 50% less expensive than Blue Cross Blue Shield. So those drugs are mailed directly to the employee's home at no copay and no cost to those employees. So that is a benefit that we have for 180 employees and dependents currently. The medication cost to the district we are able to save on our medication costs. As I showed you all when we were here in August, we've spent over $3 million on medications this year. We're actually upside down. We're spending more money on medication than we are healthcare costs, and I'll explain that, and it's in the paperwork if we don't have time. That being said, utilizing Global RX, we are able to save anywhere from 40 to 60% on about 27 most expensive drugs that we utilize here at the district. Those are shipped directly to the employee's home. They pay no copay, so they save on that. And we're able to save from the district's perspective, increasing compliance, which is very important because we want to keep people out of the emergency room in the hospital. Number 2, our telemedicine program that we have through Attentive, that is also free. What's unique about that is that's going to be every employee in the entire district and all of their family members. We have a lot of employees that choose employee only for their health insurance because they can't afford to add their family. With the telemedicine that we have through Attentive, everyone gets to use it, regardless whether you have the health insurance or not and whether your family is on the insurance. Zero copay, 24/7 for the entire district, and they call in your script to the local pharmacy. If you do need a higher level of care, they're helping you find that doctor, and then they're also letting the hospital know that you're on their way. We also have the mental health insurance through that as well, so you're able to reach out to a mental health provider 24/7 when it's convenient for you. You get 6 free visits, everybody in your family, whether they're on the health insurance or not. And then if you want to continue on with that provider, it's $40 moving forward. We also currently have 3 PPO plans, so that's going to be something different than you're going to see with TRS. They have 1 PPO plan, that is the HDHP. We have 3. So we have our HDHP, our primary, equivalent to primary, which is our bronze, and then our gold plan are all going to be PPOs. You don't have to have an HMO. Currently, what you would see at TRS is they're all HMO plans except for the HDHP, which has a $3,300 deductible. And then you have to get a referral to see a higher level of care or a specialist, so it does end up being 2 deductibles. We also have an open access to all doctors and out-of-network coverage. So we've got kids that don't live within the state of Texas. We have stepchildren. We have children in college. We have family members that travel for work. They are always covered, and they do have the out-of-network coverage if they're not in town for some reason. I also wanted to point out that if the district decided to move over to TRS, with just the adjusted rates right now, it would be about $5,589,000, and then you will have a $650,000 run out from Blue Cross Blue Shield. So you have to pay those claims that are still coming through, so that would be on top of whatever the total spend would be. The two districts right now in San Antonio that are currently on TRS are Edgewood and South San. So those are the only other two districts in San Antonio right now currently on it. And like I said, we do have 180 employees that are using Ozempic and Mounjaro. 4 years ago, when the district was on TRS, they could not use our on-site clinic with university, and that was one of the reasons why we ended up swapping university out. So that is something that we're going to want to consider and start negotiating with university should you all choose to do that. Next page is going to be recommendations. So to reduce the spend, we have offered an RFP PBM that we have finalized. We've met with administration once, and we're going to meet with them again tomorrow. We're looking at a potential savings on the RX of about $764,000. That is on top of what we're saving with Global RX. That's by removing Blue Cross Blue Shield and bringing in another vendor. We had 6 vendors that responded, and we're able to come up with some great numbers that would really help the district overall. With MedLife, they've offered a 10% reduction. Should we choose to look at them for all of our ancillary products, that would make us the least expensive across the city of San Antonio, and we would have a 3-year lock-in guarantee. That would be for all benefits that are paid by employees, so that would be a benefit to your employees. We also presented to bring in a TPA, which would remove a lot of the bills that the district is having to pay, hopefully simplifying things, as well as having a direct integration with a sender, which would cut down on HR having to do all of the reconciliations. We also are requesting to procure a level funded or fully funded medical carrier, if that is something that we're interested in, if you all choose not to go with TRS, and look at coming up with a set number every month and not having the self-funded program. We have saved potentially by doing a new formulary change that we mailed and emailed to all of the employees. There was about 129 that are currently using the most expensive medications that we could be getting through Global RX. We mailed that out 2 weeks ago. We've had 14 people convert so far, so we're excited about that. If we can get all of those folks to convert with that formulary change, we're looking at about a $300,000 savings. We also very much appreciate a commitment to the CARES program. With the district engagement, we did miss a savings of about $719,000 last year from 2 people that had joined the program and then decided to get off. It has saved us almost $2 million by being in the CARES program. So what that means is just putting folks that are currently on our plan on a plan that is better suited for them and their family, and then that removes them from our overall spend. And then replacing Blue Cross Blue Shield stop loss, something that I want to talk to administration about tomorrow. Right now, our new stop loss rate, due to the $719,000 that we spent right there at in July, has increased our stop loss rate, so it's gone up to $190 PEPM from $120. When you have those high claims like that hit our plan. So if we go out for stop loss coverage, we believe that we can reduce that and cut that in half. We would be looking at maybe a January 1st start date with that. So I'd want to discuss that with administration first. And then integrating attentive. We know that employees receive more net pay. I can tell you that you all had employees that left to another district that lost $189 per month out of their paycheck by not having attentive. They have also called to ask if they can utilize Global RX because they get hit with the $2,500 deductible first. So I've had several calls since you've had some employees that left. Next page, 2023, we know what the financials were, and we know what the total spend was. We were looking at $7.2 million. If you look at 23-24, stop loss went way up because we had those really high claims. That's where we got hit with stop loss, but our spend was $6.6 million that year. So we had a savings of about $588,000. Global RX did help. We integrated Global RX in January, so we began to reduce our overall cost of our pharmacy spend. This year, our annual cost is right at $6,225,000, but That's without our rebates and the bank balance that we should be getting back in 3 months, according to Humana. I spoke to them yesterday, which is another $102,000. That will bring our annual cost to $5,464,412. I know that is about $200,000 more than we wanted to spend and what we have in our premium bucket. We are working very, very hard to manage the plan and integrate different creative solutions so that we can stay with Blue Cross Blue Shield and be able to offer the very generous and robust medical plan that we currently have to the employees here at Southside ISD. This year, we have saved about, like I said, $2 million by utilizing CARES and about $700,000 by utilizing Global RX. Currently, we're managing about 79 calls per month that are hopefully being removed from the HR department, which gives them more time to do other things. So we're very proud of being an extension of the HR department here at Southside. And with that, I'm going to close so that you all have time to ask any questions.
Thank you, Mrs. Robertson, and sorry for making you go through this so quickly. I'll open it up for any questions anybody might have.
No.
Okay. I do have a couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
In regards to when staff calls for questions on the billing, do they call and talk to the providers or your office for insurance questions?
Yes, sir. 90% of the time they call our office, but we've made that very accessible, and we've made that hopefully an extension of HR so that hopefully we've trained employees to call us so that HR doesn't have to field those calls. We answer all those calls, President Hernandez, from 6 a.m. to 12 o'clock at night and on weekends, so we try to make ourselves available. We receive all the calls that came in our office on our cell phone, every one of us. So we are always accessible, and we know when somebody's calling, it's because they usually have misplaced their ID card or, just have a question that's going to be important. Usually has to do with an immediate health care issue, so we answer those at all times.
Thank you. And just to, I want to make sure I get this right, for the prescriptions from day one, there's zero deductible for?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. We have zero deductible for Blue Cross Blue Shield. The very first day, September 1st, you can walk into your pharmacy and have your prescription filled.
And then you mentioned the $719,000 lost opportunity. Can you talk a little bit more about what that was?
Yes, sir. The $719,000 was a savings, I think that's CARES. No.
It was the missed savings, yep.
Oh, the missed savings. Oh, yes, sir. So we had 2 employees that we had asked to be removed from the plan because CARES was better suited for their condition. They both moved off and then called back after the premiums were paid and asked to move back onto the plan. So unfortunately, we were not able to move them over to the CARES plan permanently, so we ended up having to, those claims ended up coming over to Southside ISD.
So after they were off the plan, we brought them back?
Yes, sir.
Is that normal?
I think for future reference, there'll be a better way to advise those employees that it's better for them if they go onto the plan that was chosen for them by the subject experts that do that for us on the CARES plan. We typically don't see that where employees come back on the plan.
Got it, okay. And then the PEPM, is that per employee per month?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Got it. Brenda?
Okay. I do have a question about the telemedicine. Can you explain how that works with you mentioned that it's for the employee, but it also applies to all family members at zero copay?
Yes, ma'am.
So can you
So
just-
we integrated a program called Attentive, which is really a tax reduction program. The district saves about, I think, $14,000 with it by reducing their taxes. But the real benefit is the telemedicine. So every single employee at your district receives telemedicine for free through Attentive. And so that's for everybody in their family. It's not just the people on the medical insurance. And those that don't have the insurance at all also can use the telemedicine 24/7, everybody in their family, to include parents that live with them for a medical reason. They can all use it, and then that physician's going to call in their prescription to the local pharmacy. It's a huge benefit for us here at the district. We have 27% utilization for telemedicine. Your typical participation is 10%. And we have 27% here at the district, due to the fact that we have, many that don't have the insurance. Right now, we have 742 employees that are on the insurance, so 75%. We're really, really proud of that. Typically, you're going to see about 50% with your school districts that are going to be on the insurance. So I think the insurance is very valued here and is at a fair price, so that's why we have so many that are on it. But for those that are not and can't afford it or can't put their family members, they have access to speak to a physician whenever they need to when they have somebody sick at no cost.
Just to clarify, so when you say all family members, is it immediate or how?
Anybody that lives in your household, or
household,
children
okay.
under 26 that don't live with you, spouse, as well as a parent that lives with you that is ill.
Okay, all right, thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions? Great. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Appreciate your
Thank
time.
you. I'm not taking anybody else.
All right, next we'll go to our next presentation. Superintendent?
So next, we have a representative from the Teacher Retirement System, TRS, that will give us an overview of the benefits and services offered through TRS. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Just give me one moment while I load up the presentation. Right, can everyone see our screen?
Yes.
All right, and can everyone hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, well, I'll go ahead and get started. I'll try to be brief for the sake of time. On the line with me, we have myself. So my name is Edward Guzman. I'm a customer success consultant for TRS ActiveCare assigned to Region 20. And if the district decides to proceed in joining TRS ActiveCare, I would be here to assist in any way whatsoever, holding your hand along that process. And once you're in ActiveCare, I'd also be a resource for you and a direct contact should the need arise for any additional help. I'm also joined by my manager today, Marissa Campuzano. She's the manager of ActiveCare operations, as well as Rob Humphrey, our director of member coordinator operations at TRS Health. All right, so I'll kind of go a little bit into our size and how that helps us. So as you can see on this nice, neat graph, these figures are coming for our most recent annual report. Our annual report is published every single February. And as you can see, there's a lot of cool information there. Our primary plan costs 14% less than comparable plans. You would be joining a network of nearly 500,000 Texans. That gives you a lot of buying power and a lot of volatility protection. Nearly 80% of Texas schools already do participate in TRS ActiveCare, including 50 employers in Region 20 in your area that have already joined, have already strengthened our network in that area. Now this slide here, there's a nice little neat graph on the left that I like to point out. Considering especially all that discussion we just had about being self-funded, there is some risk with that in that you're in a much smaller pool. So if you look at the left, that graphic is showing the effect of a one catastrophic claimant, one baby in the NICU, somebody who has a difficult procedure, hemophilia, of a claim of about $1.5 million. Well, if you're on your own as a school district, based on a school district of approximately 1,000 employees, just like Southside ISD, that $1.5 million claim can equal an additional $125 per month per member to have to pay, versus that $1.5 million claim joining the state pool, which we claim all our high cost claimants together, that would only result in an increase of 50 cents per members across the state of Texas. And that kind of buying power just comes from our sheer size, the fact that you'd be joining the majority of public educators in Texas in our size. And on the right, you can kind of see claims volatility. Ideally, in a plan, in a self-funded plan, the principle is that your premiums collected match the claims paid out. But as you can see, those different lines represent different plans. What we find on the market when schools are self-funded is that volatility is extreme. From 1 year, you could have a great year with a very low medical loss ratio towards 50%, and that could rise up to 180%, which we've seen in schools across the state of Texas. So this is just some of the protection that we'd offer you by joining our plan. Another thing that we do really well is efficiency. So 98%, so 98 cents for every single dollar that your employees would pay for your premium would go towards paying claims. So that 2% that you see there, that covers the entire infrastructure. All our entire benefits and our programs are here for you. All of that's paid out in 2%. 98% of your premium is going towards paying your own medical claims. And also joining TRS obviously eliminates all those unnecessary fees. I know we've already discussed stop loss coverage, but there's also broker fees, carrier fees. While with TRS ActiveCare, the price that we show you is the price that you'd end up paying. There's not going to be any hidden fees or no caveats. So let's kind of go back in history and discuss a little bit how this opportunity came about. As you may recall, Senate Bill 1444 allowed employers to leave and enter TRS ActiveCare. However, there was one condition. An employer that leaves ActiveCare or joins ActiveCare is committed to either staying in ActiveCare for 5 years or staying out of ActiveCare for 5 years once you make that decision. Southside ISD was one of the schools that decided to exit ActiveCare in September of 2022. Now, 5 years past September 22 would be September of 2027. That's when the district normally would be eligible to rejoin TRS ActiveCare. However, what we saw in these past few years when districts were finally given the opportunity to leave TRS ActiveCare is that the experience has been mixed at best in terms of school districts on their own on the market. And this has resulted in the legislature responding to that demand with this opportunity to join TRS ActiveCare 1 year early in September of 2026. Now, as part of that, there is the risk stabilization fee that would have to be calculated. And the reason for that is that because we are under the expectation that school districts would not be allowed to re-enter until September 2027, we did not budget or factor in or forecast for employers having the ability to rejoin TRS ActiveCare 1 year early. So as part of that, there is the risk stabilization fee that would allow you to rejoin in September of 2026. The way that's calculated in your case, because you would be considered one of our smaller employers, is that you would be rated and assessed at the regional level, but weighted based off of your regional claims experience and overall, mostly by your demographics. So that's how we would calculate your fee being in the smaller group. And then the way it's going to work is that the fee will be based off your fiscal year, your plan year 2026, 2027 rates for your region 20. And then the risk stabilization fee is a range of 10 to 40% above your regional's rates. So the way it would work if you do decide to proceed to join TRS ActiveCare is we would publish one rate for your individual school district, and whatever amount that you see as your premium above what you would see in the Region 20's premiums, that's the amount that is your fee. And like I said, we have to do this in order to protect those who are already participating in the plans. And I've also discussed a little bit with the school district. Already I spoke with Michael and Christina a little bit about the time frame in terms of claims data necessary in order to join TRS ActiveCare. Just some reminder about dates if the district does decide to proceed is that there's going to be there are three main elements that would all need to be received by December 31st. So one is the claims data. We would need the required claims data by December 31st. Another would be board resolution, so your decision to join TRS ActiveCare. In addition, we'd also need the notice of intent form that would need to be filled out by the district. And those three elements we would need by December 31st. Once we have those, that would allow you to rejoin TRS Aftercare on September 1st of 2026. And then for that first year, you would have the risk stabilization fee. But then in September of 2027, you would be rated along with your region, and you'd have the exact same premium that the rest of districts in Region 20 are charged. So kind of getting on rates that we've discussed, I just wanted to show you Region 20's rates, the region that you would be placed in. And the annual effective percent year-on-year increase between 2022 to 2026 was only 2%, which is much less than what we've seen on the private sector. And as you can see, last year, you were from 25 to 26, it was a 9.8% increase, which across TRS Aftercare and also per legislation, we're required to maintain our increases no higher than 10%. So actually, your region was just right in line with the state average. Obviously, that 10% year-on-year increase that we see across the state of Texas, that's across all regions. So there are certain regions that will be a little bit higher than that 10%, and some regions that will be a lower than 10%. But basically, it all evens out to be that 10%, and then whatever amount above your region would be your risk stabilization fee. We also went ahead and we compared two of your plans that we received from your school district. So the first comparison is you're going to see a comparison between Southside's Silver plan and our Primary Plus plan. They have a lot of compatibility, and we felt that they were the most comparable. So as you can see, with our active care plan, we have a lower premium, nearly 20% lower, and then we have similar or even lower deductibles and copays versus the Silver plan. Now I know that telemedicine. We just examined your Blue Cross Blue Shield plan. I know that you just mentioned that you offer a service through Attentive for your telemedicine, but when we saw the Blue Cross Blue Shield plan by itself did not cover telemedicine, so that's why you see the not covered part. But I do understand that you have the Attentive service. And then just like some other highlights, for example, that if you go into the emergency room with Primary Plus, it's it's 20% after the deductible, but there's no copay. Well, with the Silver plan, in addition to that 20% deductible, there's a $350 copay per visit. And the same thing with the urgent care. Also, when it comes to kind of immediate care, we also are lower priced, our $50 copay versus the Silver plan's $100 copay. So moving on to our high deductible plan. So obviously we compared your high deductible plan versus our high deductible plan. On this one, the premiums were roughly in line, and actually the plans are quite similar in a lot of ways. The cost sharing is actually slightly higher on the active care side for the HD plan. But as you can see, one thing that we do offer on the medicals, I know you have the other service called Attentive, but on your medical side, it's not offered through Blue Cross Blue Shield, the telemedicine. Right now, well, on the HD plan through TRS Active Care, there is the element of telemedicine. All right, so after kind of going over a little bit of some of the numbers on the plans, we also just kind of wanted to go over some additional services we offer. That would be cost prohibitive if you were to try to offer these services yourself. So we do have wellness programs customized for your district by our wellness consultants. And as part of that wellness, we also offer member rewards. So, rewarding your employees for visiting proven, tested, high quality providers that tend to be more efficient and lower in cost. We also have multiple ways to access mental health support, as you saw, $0 consultations virtually. We also have access to no contract gyms, fitness studios. And then lastly, a great feature that I really like is we have our personal health guides. So these personal health guides is a number that you can call at any single time, and they can arrange your medical service and help you guide you through that insurance process on the medical side. Now, right now, our current carrier is Blue Cross Blue Shield. However, when you call these personal health guides, This is a dedicated line solely to TRS Active Care. So you would not be calling, your employees would not be calling a general Blue Cross Blue Shield line with many different plans. This number would be solely dedicated to our own plans, and they would be they're manned by experts on all our TRS Active Care plans. In addition, we also have a 24-hour nurse helpline. So I kind of went over a little bit of the member support of what you would see, your employees would see in TRS Active Care. I also kind of wanted to go over what you would feel, as district leadership, how that process would look like. So we have on the left, we have two teams of what we call district ambassadors. On the medical side, we have it through Blue Cross Blue Shield, the district ambassadors. On the pharmacy side right now, our current vendor is ESI. And basically, they are there to help you with all things medical and all things pharmacy. They're assigned to your region, they're based in your region, and they travel to you, and they're constantly visiting schools. They're able to help you, they're able to have conferences with your employees, able to kind of discuss the different plans, help you out with any information campaigns you'd like to have for your employees. They are there solely dedicated to you and in your region. And this is, like I said, even though our current carrier is Blue Cross Blue Shield, this is specific to TRS Active Care, a benefit that only you would have through TRS Active Care. In the middle, we also have our benefit administrator advocates. So I know that Michael and Christina would love these guys. They are also regionally based, but they're there to help you with all those eligibility and enrollment questions, kind of like those difficult questions about, can I enroll in a dependent who's living with their grandparents and they have a power of attorney? Those kind of difficult questions about who qualifies in care and access to care, they're there for you. Like I said, again, they're regionally based. They would be assigned to your region 20 in the San Antonio area, solely dedicated to you. And then lastly, we have our team, so the TRS Active Care Operations team. The three of us are part of this team. We like to say we provide platinum customer service to districts, and we would like the experience is customizable. So as part of that, on the TRS side, the front face would be, myself dedicated to your region. We also have another customer success consultant dedicated to other regions. But in reality, this is just the front face. We're a team of teams. So we have our actuarial team, our data analytics team, our finance team, among many others who are all solely dedicated to reducing costs. We're constantly looking at studies, trying to reduce costs and be more efficient and find ways to ultimately save your employees' budget. All right, and then we do have some time for some Q&A.
All right, thank you, Mr. Guzman. Any questions for Mr. Guzman? Okay, I do have a couple questions for you, Mr. Guzman. So you said on the telemedicine, there's zero coverage for that with TRS?
Yes, so we do offer telemedicine through our plans. And then, for example, if you go through if you're on the primary plus plan, and you go through Ready MD, which is one of our telemedicine providers, it's a $0 medical consultation, so no cost whatsoever. That comparison slide, though, I wasn't informed because we only saw the medical plan, so we only saw the district's plan through Blue Cross Blue Shield. I wasn't aware of the telemedicine offered by your alternative provider, a Tenet. So that's why you do see not covered. But I do realize the district does have an alternative. After hearing the previous presentation, that the district has an alternative telemedicine provider, just not administered through the health plan. But yes, you are correct. We do have $0 medical consultations if you are on our primary or primary plus plans. The HD plan does have a copay.
Okay, but it is a telemedicine plan?
Well, that's just the features. You don't have to use the telemedicine. So
I understand, but that's included?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it's automatically included.
And are these PPO plans?
We don't use those terms. So the primary and primary plus plans are what we would call provider-driven plans. So
let me ask the question differently then. If I don't have a primary doctor, can I just go to any doctor with your plans?
Only with the HD plan. So our high deductible plan is a nationwide network, and you are able to go out of network. So that's one thing that's different about our high deductible plan is it's nationwide, and you also can go out of network. The primary and primary plus plans, they are statewide networks, and you are required, and there is no out of network care besides our emergency care. There is one exception, though. I know that many of your employees probably have children who are attending university in different schools. If you are on the primary or primary plus plan and you have a child or dependent in another state attending university, we do have the dependent attestation form that would allow coverage even if you're on the primary plus plan for your dependent if they're attending school in another state.
Okay, so if we have a teacher that's on vacation in Colorado and their child gets a cold or it becomes ill, they have no coverage?
Well, there's emergency coverage, so they would be able to go in the emergency room. What they would not be able to do in Colorado is have a PCP based in Colorado, have a primary care in Colorado. But yes, emergency care is covered nationwide.
But that would come with a $300 deductible for like a cold then?
Well,
Is that right?
Well, a cold wouldn't be considered an urgent care or emergency care, right? So anything that, if it's considered an emergency, the plan would pay under emergency
Got it.
care.
So,
Typically, that parent that has a child with a cold would execute probably a telemedicine link, or they'd be
Correct.
calling back to their PCP, having a prescription provided to a local pharmacy so they could pick it up. That's all covered.
Yeah.
right, but
And it would be zero for virtual medicine.
But if they choose not to do that and they want to see somebody in person, and I used to call, but let's say it's a rash or something that they want to be seen, then they wouldn't have coverage out of state. Is that right?
Well, it depends on how they're going to be seen. If they're going to an urgent, they can do urgent care. Yes. But if they were just to go to see a local doc without having a referral, they wouldn't be able to do that.
Understood. And then for the prescriptions, is there the deductible, what's the deductible for prescriptions?
so let me go back to that slide. Our deductible is a little bit different than how you guys have it set up right now, Southside, with tiers. It really just depends on the exact prescription. So there is a $200 deductible only for brand drugs. So that's specifically for brand drugs. Generics, a 31-day supply is only a $15 copay. If it's Save On SP, Save On Plus eligible, which we work with ESI to encourage, it's $0. And if it's not, then yes, there is the 30% deductible. And then if you use preferred medications, it's 25% after deductible with a $100 cap. And then it's non-preferred where you'd have the 50% after deductible.
Got it. Thank you, sir. Any other questions? Okay, thank you all very much for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having us.
Okay, at this time, I'll make a motion to adjourn. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Brenda seconds. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, the time is now 6:13 PM and we are adjourned. We'll transition over. Are we good to just start? Skip the video? Okay. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the regular called school board meeting of the Southside Independent School District. Please let the record show that there is a quorum present. Jesse Hernandez present. Mrs. Brenda Olivares.
Present.
Mrs. Marybel Angel Robles.
Present.
Mrs. Margarita Morales Garcia.
Present.
Mrs. Mary Silva.
Here.
Thank you. The time is now 6:13 PM on Wednesday, October 15th, 2025. As president, I, Jesse Hernandez, call this regular meeting of the Southside Independent School District Board of Trustees to order. At this time, I'd like to invite Mrs. Margarita Morales Garcia to welcome our visitors and guests and to read our mission and vision statement.
Okay, I'm gonna start up. Welcome, everyone, parents, staff, distinguished guests, and those online at home. I wanted to extend a friendly reminder. Early voting starts in 5 days. Our office right here in this room is actually an early voting location. And then I also wanted to wish everybody a happy fall. I know I've been spending a lot of time with my little one doing family fun activities, and so I just want to wish everybody a fun and safe fall activity season. Thank you. Oh, the mission and vision. Okay. Our mission, Southside ISD seeks to be the choice when it comes to providing a quality public education by upholding the highest standard of our core values. Our vision, Southside ISD will lead educational excellence by providing innovative programs.
Great, thank you, Mrs. Morales Garcia. Please note that this meeting is being held and has been posted in accordance with the Government Code Chapter 551, State of Texas Open Meetings Act. If during the course of this meeting, the board should determine that a closed or executive meeting or session of the local board is required, then such closed or executive meeting or session can be held as authorized by the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code 551. At this time, we'll move on to the Pledge of Allegiance, and I would like tonight, we have Mrs. Abigail Andrade Garcia, a fifth grader from Pierce Elementary School, that's going to lead us in the pledge. If everyone could please stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great job, Abigail. All right, and today we do not have any public comments, so we'll go ahead and move on to item 4, which is our consent agenda. Please note that the following items make up the consent agenda, which consists of routine and non-controversial matters that will be approved with a single vote unless a board trustee requests a separate discussion on a specific item. Trustees have had the opportunity to review all supporting documents related to these items prior to this meeting. At this time, are there any items that would like to be pulled for further discussion, or do I have a motion for approval of the consent agenda?
I'll make a motion for the consent agendas A, B, C, D, and E.
I second.
Thank you. Mrs. Brenda Olivares makes the motion. Mrs. Morales Garcia seconds. Mrs. Olivares?
Yes.
Mrs. Sangre Robles?
Yes.
Mrs. Morales Garcia?
Yes.
Mrs. Silva?
Yes.
Jesse Hernandez, yes. Motion carries. Next, we'll move on to our presentations, the first one being our Campus Student VIP Award winner, Superintendent.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, staff, and community. This evening, we are proud to recognize students who have gone above and beyond in their attendance, conduct, and academic performance. Joining us to present these outstanding scholars are Ms. Rincon and Ms. Gallego.
Hello, good evening, Board of Trustees, Mr. President, our community and families here. We are grateful to be here once again to present the Cardinal VIPs. Just a quick reminder, this is a collaboration between the Student Services Department and our Communications Department. It was developed in a way to recognize our students for demonstrating district-wide behavioral expectations. Cardinal VIPs are nominated and selected by campus leadership. These students are selected based on their behavior, their attendance, academic performance, and overall spirit of being a Southside Cardinal. These Cardinal VIPs are model students for all of Southside ISD. And at this time, I'd like to introduce Ms. Alejandra Gallego from our Student Services Department, and our VIPs will be making their way.
All right. Welcome, Ms. Gallego.
Good evening. This month's Cardinal VIPs For Menchaca, we have Alea Tobar. For Freedom, we have Joel Martinez. For Gallardo, we have Nicholas Delgado. For Heritage, we have Sofia Terraza Sierra. For Pierce, we have Abigail Andrade Garcia. For La Soya, we have Manuri Fonseca Aguilar. For Matthew, we have Kayla Salinas. And for the high school, we have Eric Vasquez.
Just switch our names for the evening.
Right, everyone, look at me over here. I'm gonna count you down. Ready? 1, 2, 3, big smiles. Big smiles. Okay, parents, got you. Okay.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, guys.
Oh, they all signed it.
I know, so cute. Are you? Ooh, you are cool. That's cool.
Okay, next presentation is the Attendance Award. Superintendent?
Sir Board President, to recognize the campuses with the best attendance for the month of September, we have our PEAMS Director, Ms. Sanchez.
Welcome, Ms. Sanchez.
Hi, good evening, Board President, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Ramirez, and Southside parents. This evening, we're recognizing our September attendance winners for the 25-26 school year. And first, we have our secondary winner, surprise, surprise, La Soya Middle School. La Soya did a great job on building their culture of student and school attendance, so we're really proud of them. Next, we have our elementary September winner, which is Pierce Elementary with a 95% attendance. Way to go, Pierce. You're helping build the students feeling better and feeling better about school and themselves. So thank you very much. If principals will come, oh, you're already here.
Congratulations.
Trophy, right?
Thanks, you guys.
Come join us.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Big smiles. 1, 2, 3.
Congratulations.
We saw some really good scores. So proud of them.
Did they get bragging rights for a year?
Not for the year, for the month.
Okay.
Yeah, great job, and everybody did a great job staying in the A category, so awesome job. Okay, next presentation, the Linebarger Attorneys at Law will present the Southside ISD summary of delinquent tax collection for July 2024 through June 2025. Superintendent?
Sir, Board President, we have with us Mr. Ronald Rocha from Linebarger, Gogan, Blair, and Sampson, who will provide an update on the district's tax collections. The presentation will include an overview of current collection rates, recent trends, and ongoing efforts to ensure the efficient recovery of delinquent taxes.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. Again, my name is Ronald Rocha. I'm a partner with the Linebarger Law Offices, and just a quick overview, the process. So again, we're in October. October, the tax office sends out their 2025 tax notices, and the way it usually works is October through the following year, end of January of next year, you pay the base tax. February 1st of the following year, penalty and interest start to accrue. Between February, March, April, and May, by statutory requirement, we send out what's called a 3307 notice, basically informing those parties who have not yet paid their taxes or made that in July of that same year, it'll be turned over to us for collections. At that point, in July of every year, those taxes become turned over to us for collections. We start doing a couple of things. First, July mailings, phone calls, another mailing, 4 more mailings in September and October, and then a final mailing in January of the following year, and then we start filing lawsuits. So give you an idea of the process. So we have, as of the July 2025 through June of 2025, that sound right? And then we had 4 mass mailings, over 2,000 letters at $2.7 million. We had target mailing activities at 271, and those are specifically towards the tax lawsuits filed. We have outbound collection calls and letters. So during that process, like I indicated, through that time before lawsuits and after the lawsuits, we do outbound collection calls. We did 3,637 at $16.9 million. Taxpayer walk-ins, we had over 20 that came to the office at 48,000. And we also received inbound correspondence and phone inquiries. Now, for inbound correspondence, any type of letter received before a lawsuit or during a lawsuit, we have what's called an Oracle system. Anything for that particular account or that particular lawsuit gets uploaded. So no matter where in the time of history for that particular account, for that particular owner, we can pull up that information if it was sent to our office. And any phone calls and any messages that were received, it's uploaded to that particular account or that particular lawsuit of any information of that property. Payment arrangements, over 1,158 payment arrangements at $2.3 million. We have collection and litigation activity through July 2024 to June 2025. We have title and ownership research. Now, there's 516 accounts. What that means is 2 different things. One, during that time period we're doing the mass mailings, we get return mail. That return mail, on our side, we do a skip trace to find a new address, new phone numbers, to resend the letters for collections, and phone numbers to contact the individual. Now, we send out the letter, we find the individual, we give that letter in their hand, they call us, say, hey, I never got my tax notice. Well, you didn't get your tax notice because your address is incorrect. Now, it's the responsibility of the taxpayer, if they move or have a change of address, their responsibility is go to the appraisal district and update that address. We cannot update address with the tax roll or the appraisal district, nor can the taxing authorities or the tax office update any accounts on their system. It's a responsibility of the taxpayer to go in and update the appraisal roll for their new address. And also the same thing with exemptions, homesteads, anything else they may qualify for also. So that title and ownership, again, is twofold. Again, update our system, or at the same time also, we need to file lawsuits and get entitled with the county clerk. So lawsuits filed, we had 98 lawsuits, totaling over $411,000. Judgments taken are 44 judgments. And the judgment process is, again, yes, we got title for real property. All the parties who have an interest in a piece of property that's filed with the county clerks will pull that information. They become part of the lawsuit. We file the lawsuit, and the process is we have to serve those individuals. They are served by either by the sheriff or citation by posting, however their status may be, if it's a corporation, by serving the registered agent. Once all parties are served and it's not yet paid, or we go ahead and set it for a trial date, they have the right to due process, again, because you're taking away someone's property. We set for a trial date, go before the court, before the judge, enter a judgment or a reset, or anything may occur time of the trial. Once a judgment's been entered, they can still get on a payment contract. A payment contract prevents a property from being, one of two things, from a lawsuit being filed or from a property being sold as an active lawsuit. Those payment contracts, depending on the property style, can last up to a maximum of 3 years. But again, they still have to stay current with their current upcoming taxes for the payment contract to stay valid. Once a property is, judgment is taken, if the point comes where it does fall into where we can set it for tax sale, that property isn't set for tax sale. Again, it can be canceled, be paid in full, it can get on a payment contract with the tax office. If it does get sold, it gets sold to the highest bidder every first Tuesday of the month. If the property does not get sold, two things could happen. It could get struck off. That means it's been held in trust for all the taxing authorities, and at some point, our goal is, we do it twice a year in Bexar County, is set that property up for resale, either for the bid amount or for a lesser bid amount, whatever gets approved, to get that back on the books from becoming tax exempt. We had 79 lawsuits dismissed. Business personal property, we had 23 accounts, which we basically do is what's called a walk and talk. Go knock on the business personal property and see, hey, what can we do for you? Twofold things. One, get on a payment arrangement. Secondly, if the value you're seeing on my tax roll is showing it's $200,000, but when you go to the business and it's a small room with maybe 2 or 3 computers, there's a problem here. We need to advise that individual to contact the appraisal district to go and make their, again, a letter goes out annually to make their protest for that value of that particular business. So that helps in different ways also. Again, coming up in November, you have vote of approval. If it occurs for the business personal property, the exemption was $2,500. If approved in November, it'll go up to $125,000 exemption. And the same thing with homesteads, if approved, from $100,000 to $140,000. Tax sales, we have 1 property sold. We have 12 active bankruptcy claims at $17,000. Again, any bankruptcy claim, we file our claim with the bankruptcy court. At some process, through that process, through the bankruptcy, amounts will get paid. Next slide is the calendar year, delinquent tax calendar year from June, July, all years. We have a breakdown for each year. This current one is, as of June, is at $1.96 million as of June of this year of collections, and so forth to the 5 previous years. The next one is the fiscal year, September through August for your fiscal year. Just an update on the last 2 in July. July was $211,139. August was $173,332 for a total for that final year of your the fiscal year of $1,964,176. Just update that. Then you can see over the last since 2019 through 2024, we've increased collections of the delinquent accounts up to 39% for the tax years. Again, this is the collection performance. Again, this is coming from the tax office. And this, if you look at the far right, gives the percentages of the June 30th, 2025. And you can see we try to get as close as we can, 200%, but you never get 100% on base tax because you have your tax deferrals. You have your in litigation, you have those under payment arrangement. So we get as close as we can to that 100% mark within each of those years. And finally, our final work plan, again, taxpayer walk-ins. We have in-house payment arrangements, which we will continue. We will continue following the lawsuits if need be, and we'll go forward with it every month if we need be for share sale. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Rocha. Any questions? Brenda?
I have a question, just
Yes,
out of
ma'am.
curiosity,
Yes, ma'am.
when you talk about the cases that are dismissed, what happens with that, or like,
So-
is there an amount that we lose
No,
out?
a dismissal means, so a lawsuit is filed, it goes through the process. We're filing a lawsuit against the amount of taxes that are due at that time. A dismissal is when someone goes in and pays up the tax amount that's due under the lawsuit. Once that amount is paid and the fees for the lawsuit being filed, the tax suit is dismissed, so nothing is,
Okay, I just wanted to clarify.
nothing is lost. It's
All right.
collected.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Rocha?
I have a question.
Ms. Morales Garcia?
I know that sometimes y'all host workshops for those who are like at risk. Is that something that y'all usually do, or do y'all send like invitations to those in our community?
If you like, I think I left my card
Yes.
right there. Just email me, and if you have something you're planning or want me to plan something, we'll be happy to do so.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
And then we can coordinate with the appraisal district also, so you have a twofold, and even also the tax office, so you have 3 different avenues there of all the same thing, because you want to have the appraisal district for those who qualify, the tax deferrals, exemptions, and so forth, homesteads. Tax office maybe get some type of payment arrangements instead of having to, we have a substation down here on Pleasanton, but again, something locally also.
And if they're already in collection, are they still able to protest?
Every year, there's a
Protest period?
every year only. Now, there's exceptions in the tax code that they can open it up, but there's a certain exception that it's called 2525 C of the tax code, which allows it for prior years to do so, but that has to be done at the appraisal district. But the best time is when the tax notices go out for protest value. The values go out to protest at that time. And now, if they're qualified for a homestead on a property that haven't had a homestead, the homestead can go back so many years to get that exemption on there. Same thing with some over 65s and deferrals also.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Any other questions for Ms. George? Thank you, sir. Appreciate the update.
Thank you.
Okay, next item, we're going to skip over to item E, which is a presentation on the annual bilingual ESL program evaluation. Superintendent?
Mr. Board President, we have our bilingual director, Ms. Melissa Martinez, who will provide the evaluation of the bilingual ESL program, including a summary of student performance, program effectiveness, and the areas of focus for continued improvement.
Welcome, Ms. Martinez.
Good evening, Mr. President, valued board members, Superintendent Ramirez, community members, and guests. Each year, our bilingual department has an annual program overview that recaps the prior year. The majority of the information that I'll share with you this evening is what pertains to the 2024-2025 school year. Last year, our program served a little over 1,500 emergent bilingual students, which is about 25% of the district, 24.7 that you see there. 98 students were classified as monitored through year 4, which is about 1.6% of the district. 193 students were monolingual English proficient students served through our two-way dual language program. This makes up about 2.5%. For a total of 29.5% of the students, it's about 1,800 students, so it's approximately 30% of the district. Program goals for the district are, of course, to become bilingual, biliterate, and bicultural. We strive to increase student achievement, language proficiency, teacher effectiveness, and parent engagement. Currently at Southside, we have content-based and pull-out ESL models, as well as one-way and two-way dual language bilingual models. Our department supports staff through targeted professional development. These sessions are geared towards those who serve emergent bilingual students. Among some of the PDs offered is what you'll see here. It's biliteracy in Spanish language, instructional strategies in English language development, certification and assessment preparations, and compliance and campus sessions. What you see there for family engagement, shared information for parents supporting children in schools. And you may recall our student programs fair, which highlighted and showcased our students and the work they're doing. So this slide highlights the number of emergent bilingual students who are considered by the state as having met reclassification criteria. So for 2024-2025 school year, that yielded 84 total reclassifications. And our total, as you can see, our numbers continue to have an upward trajectory. We make gains through English language proficiency. You see there that for our monitored through year 4, we had a total of 97. The next 2 slides, I'll highlight program waivers that were filed by the district in 2024-2025, exception waivers for bilingual education, and these are for educators who are serving in the dual language program. So at the elementary level, we had 1 in pre-K 4, there were 2 submissions, and 1 in a 3rd grade classroom. And at secondary for bilingual ed, there were 4 submissions coming from 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th grades. The district total for the 2024-25 school year was 6. The number of teachers who attained their bilingual certification last year was 0. The ESL waiver that were filed by the district, there were, at the elementary level, there were 5 submissions, 2 for pre-K 3, 1 for pre-K 4, and 1 for 5th grade. At secondary, there were 7 submissions, coming from 6th, 2 at 7th, 4 at 9th through 12th. The district total for 2024-25 was 12. And now I'm going to talk about data. So there's a series of slides that I'm going to be sharing, and we'll have that conversation. Over the next slides, I'll be sharing the comparison of academic data for our emergent bilingual students by overall performance for subject areas across the district. A green highlight would indicate an increase, a red highlight would indicate a decrease, and a yellow highlight would indicate that the data remain the same. Combined overall reading scores from 3rd through EOC, English 2, combined increase set approaches maintained at 38 for meets and 13 masters. Combined overall math from 3rd through Algebra 1 EOC at approaches went from 78 to 73, 44 to 43 at meets, and increase from 19 to 21 at masters. The combined overall science scores from 5th, 8th, and biology EOC increased at approach from 72 to 76. Meets went from 40 to 37, and increased from 13 to 14 at masters. Combined overall social studies scores from 8th grade and U.S. history EOC increased at approaches from 65 to 70, 35 to 28 at masters, and 35 to 28 meets, and 12 to 8 at masters. This slide shows the combined overall component score data. When we look at our STAR data by component score, this is calculated by looking at the percent of students who reach approaches, meets, and masters. Those three numbers are added and averaged to create a component score as we see here. The component score comparisons for reading in 3rd grade through English 2 combined had an increase from 37 to 38. The component score comparisons for math 3rd through Algebra 1 combined went from 47 to 46, and the component score comparisons for science 5th, 8th, bio maintained at a 42, and component score comparisons for social studies from 8th grade and U.S. history, EOC combined, went from 37 to 35. In response to the areas where we saw scores decline, our department provided content-based language instruction training during the back-to-school PD, where strategies were shared on how teachers can better support emergent bilingual students. The department is also proactively in collaboration with campuses to offer differentiated training supports based on their unique needs. And in our campus accountability meetings, classroom walkthroughs are being conducted, and we're continuously monitoring progress. We continuously collaborate with content area coordinators to support areas of identified needs across the district. So the next series of slides will share comparison data of academic for emergent bilingual students by overall grade level and subject area. And this is for the 2024 compared to 2025 assessments. Our elementary reading data shows 3rd grade increase at approach from 61 to 68, meets from 34 to 37, and masters from 11 to 17. 4th grade increase at approaches 63 to 68, meets 42 to 49, masters 21 to 22. 5th grade maintained at approaches went from 45 to 43 at meets and 16 to 14 at masters. For the 2025 assessment, the state increased the cut scores at 5th grade, which had an impact on why you might see a slight decline in those areas. Our secondary reading data shows 6th grade approaches went from 57 to 55, meets 37 to 29, masters from 18 to 12. 7th grade increase across all areas, approaches from 51 to 65, meets 29 to 42, masters 14 to 20. 8th grade increase at approaches 56 to 65, went from 37 to 35 at meets, and increased at masters from 15 to 17. English 1 maintained at 43, at approaches went from 35 to 28 at meets and 9 to 8 at masters. English 2 increased at approaches from 49 to 51, meets 33 to 37, masters from 1 to 5. In the area of secondary reading where we saw some decline, our department is in collaboration with the secondary RLA coordinator. We've identified some areas to focus on and make adjustments to help support our students. And also in areas where you see a decline, were also areas where the state cut scores went up, then they were increased. Again, the department is in collaboration with their campuses to offer unique differentiated needs for PD. And in our campus meetings, again, classroom walkthroughs are being conducted and continuously monitored. The component score overall data combined for bilingual students, emergent bilingual students, for reading for the 2024 and 25 school year show that 3rd grade overall performance increased from 35 to 41, Fourth grade increased from 42 to 46. Fifth grade from 44 to 43. Sixth grade from 37 to 32. Seventh grade increased from a 31 to a 42. Eighth grade increased from 36 to 39. English 1 from a 29 to a 26, and English 2 increased from a 28 to a 31. Across elementaries in the area of math, we saw third grade go from 74 to 72 at approaches, increase at meets from 45 to 47, and increase at masters from 14 to 21. Fourth grade maintained at a 72. At approaches, increase from 45 to 51 at meets, and increase from a 22 to a 29 at masters. Fifth grade from an 86 to a 75 at approaches, 53 to 49 at meets, and increase from 15 to 18 at masters. Fifth grade saw the state standard cut score increase, and we have been in collaboration with our new math coordinator to review our subpopulation data and potentially look at areas that we need to focus on. As stated before, we are in collaboration with campuses to talk about their differentiated need to support their teachers. And our campus accountability meetings continue to happen, and we're continuously monitoring that progress. Sixth grade, across the secondary in the area of math, sixth grade went from 76 to 57 at approaches, 43 to 30 at meets, 14 to 12 at masters. Seventh grade increased at approach from 61 to 64, increase at meets 35 to 37, and increase at masters from 17 to 19. Algebra 1 saw an increase at approaches, 77 to 84, meets from 44 to 40, and masters from 26 to 23. The emergent bilingual students component score data comparisons in math. Overall third grade increased from 44 to 47. Fourth grade increased from 46 to a 51. Fifth grade from a 51 to a 48. Sixth grade from 44 to 33. Seventh grade from a 38 to a 40. Algebra 1 maintained at a 49. We continue to monitor all grade levels and will stay focused on the areas where we saw that there needs to be improvements. This slide shows the 2024-2025 comparison data for science and social studies. Fifth grade science increased across all areas, approaches from 55 to 69, meets 21 to 24, masters 11 to 15. Eighth grade science maintained at approaches and increased at meets from 40 to 41, masters 12 to 13. Biology ELC went from 84 to 79 in approaches, 50 to 43 at meets, and maintained at 13 in masters. Eighth grade social studies increased across all areas, approaches from 39 to 44, meets 18 to 20, masters 8 to 9. U.S. history at approaches from 88 to 87, meets from 49 to 35, and masters from 16 to 6. Discussion surrounding increasing our meets and masters performance in all subject areas is a top priority. In addition, students such as emergent bilinguals being a part of a high-focus student group are tracked and monitored towards ensuring we are maintaining progress and closing the gaps. The overall component score data for science and social studies. Fifth grade science increased from 29 to 36. Eighth grade science increased from 38 to 39. Biology from 49 to 45. Eighth grade social studies increased from a 22 to a 24. U.S. history went from a 51 to a 43. Through our ongoing progress tracking, monitoring, and team collaboration, we are on a continuous cycle of tracking, discussing, and acting, keeping every student on a path to growth across all subjects. All of the previous slides of data culminate to how our students are doing in their English language proficiency progress. This slide is a comparison of our TELPAS data in Domain 3 from 2024 comparing to 2025. 5 of the 7 campuses met the long-term target goal. I want to make sure to highlight that those campuses who attained a 4 rating met the state's expectation for the long-term goal established for the 2037-2038 school year. Definitely something to celebrate. 2 of our campuses met the interim target, attained a 3 out of a 4, and on the 0 to 4 rating, this is the target set by the state to be attained by 2027 school year. 1 campus missed a long-term target, as you see there, by 1 point out of 49. It is important to note that 1 campus who attained a 3 rating, although they had a decrease from 24 to 2025, they had 55 students who were reclassified in 2024 school year. So those were reclassified as English proficient, so non-emergent bilinguals. which is a definite celebration, but may have had an impact on the reason that the scores dropped. I want to make sure to note that all of our campuses and leadership are dedicated to ensuring that our program students are continuously making progress. Their dedication and commitment to collaboration and growth are definitely a blessing, and we're grateful to have each and every one of them supporting all of our students. Something to celebrate. So some of the things, speaking of those celebrations, our bilingual department would like to share some of the events that took place. Our district Spanish spelling bee, and also see here, you'll see our representation at the regional bee. Our student programs fair that highlighted district programs and the amazing things happening at Southside. Summer school, which supports our youngest emergent bilinguals in pre-K and kinder on their journey to acquiring English language proficiency. And then, in response to our prior year TELPAS results, we had a TELPAS boot camp for those high priority campuses and their emergent bilingual students. Here are some images of our district professional development, as well as the dual language recognition event that celebrates our students in the program and as they transition their journey from early childhood and graduation. That's it.
All right, a lot of information. Thank you,
sir.
Ms. Martinez. Any questions for
Fast and furious.
Ms. Martinez?
Okay. Hello, thank you for all that information, it was a lot. Can you just clarify something for me? I'm a little bit confused on the waivers. You have mentioned the waivers, I guess, with the certified teachers. Does that mean that we don't have certified teachers in those grade levels, or are we over the amount of students?
So the specificity on it is the teachers are certified for the general content that they teach, but not certified in either the bilingual education or the ESL education. And does that answer the question?
So does that mean, like, for the first set of numbers she gave to us, our pre-K 3, kinder, first, second, fourth, fifth, and sixth, they don't have a certified teacher?
So if you look at the pre-K 4, there was one teacher that has a certified teacher for, that specific teacher is certified EC6, but needs an additional certification for bilingual ed.
Your certified teacher is not under bilingual.
No, I know they're certified teacher. I'm talking about the bilingual, getting their certification to teach bilingual. That's what these are about.
Yeah, so they need additional certifications to do bilingual and ESL.
Okay, but those kids that are in those grade levels are getting serviced?
Yes.
Okay.
And what we do is when we apply for those waivers is we have to put together a plan, an alternative plan, and then we submit that to the state, and they either approve or deny our application, and we were approved.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other questions? Ms. Morales Garcia?
I just wanted to say thank you. It was really detailed data, and it really shows the progress that you're making with the students. So thank you for that info.
We are doing a great job as a district. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, thank you very much, appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and we're going to go ahead and go back to item D, which is a presentation on the rooftop inspections and insurance claims. Superintendent?
So, Board President, we have Mr. Manny Pelaez with us this evening to present the possibility of roof inspections across the district facilities. His presentation will outline potential discussion with the insurance carrier to minimize the expenses to the district while ensuring that all roofs remain in safe and serviceable condition.
Thank you, Superintendent Ramirez. Mr. President, thank you so much for allowing me to take up some of your time tonight. Board members, it's a pleasure. Rarely do lawyers like me get to walk into a room and say, I got good news. And so I'm really excited that today I get to do that. We were approached by Senator Roland Gutierrez, who said, you know, I know that you're representing a lot of school districts around Texas and Oklahoma as it relates to storm claims when insurance companies don't want to pay for hail damage, tornado damage, hurricane, stuff like that. And he says, do you mind taking a look at Southside ISD? And I said, sure, of course. And we had a wonderful meeting with your superintendent. The good news is that you've got a senator who's worried about you guys around the clock and is always looking out for you. The other good news is that your superintendent and Mr. Carrales and I had a fantastic meeting, and I walked away from that meeting really optimistic about and certain that you got the right guy at the helm. The superintendent informed me that you know, he had already proactively started doing roof inspections with a local roof company, and we met about why it was important what we were hoping they were looking for, and any help that our law firm could provide. And so if you look at page 2 of the presentation, it's really important that you understand what this is not. This is not a sales pitch. I'm not here to suggest that you hire us. In fact, our hope is that you never have to. And number 2, this is also not legal advice. And so I'm sure that I'm sure that the district has excellent lawyers. What this is something that we do for Texas and Oklahoma school districts. And we've done it so often, and I'm sad to say that I didn't see you guys at the Tex EdCon. We were invited by TASB to present this very thing to the largest and the smallest school districts around. And so here's the bad news, right? The bad news is that mega storms are the new normal. All of you have seen it. Hail damage, freezes, super high wind. We took the liberty of doing a meteorological study on your school district properties, and you're no different than any other school district out there. You've been hit over the past 4 years, hard in some instances, right? And in fact, maybe some of your own homes were hit, right? Or your small businesses were hit. We are seeing something that, you can debate the causes for climate change and all that, and that's a political hot potato, right? But what you can't debate is that our premiums are going up, that these storms are more frequent, and that the size of the hail balls get bigger and bigger with every year that passes, right? When I was a little kid, we used to never see around here softball-sized hail, but now that's the new normal. And so because it's the new normal, insurance companies know it's the new normal. Your premiums are going up. So if you look at, I don't know what slide we're on. Oh, my clicker's here. Okay. So if you look at, why insurance premiums are skyrocketing, it's not rocket science, right? The Texas risk pool, and you are in a risk pool just by being in Texas, it's experiencing a lot more pressure. In other words, more and more people are making claims, right? And insurance companies react to large amounts of claims by increasing people's premiums, whether you made the claim or not. What we're seeing also is that the severity of the storms is causing worse damage than anticipated. Worse damage that some roofs can actually withstand, and also, putting a stress on the kinds of outlays and cash that insurance companies have to make in order to make school districts, but also businesses and homeowners whole. Not lastly, but also materials and labor inflation. All of you guys know that things just cost more. For whatever reasons, things just cost more. And that applies to roofing supplies, that applies to the people who work on roofs, and insurance companies have to pick that up. So the way that they've responded, folks, is by increasing your premiums, whether you make a claim or not. Now, the next slide, I make this argument, right? As much as school districts like to think that they're unique, school districts are not unique. You guys have the exact same pressures and the same challenges that private businesses face, right? You have massive roof exposure. You and Walmart and Toyota are pretty much hand in hand, right, when it comes to this topic. You have more policy holder obligations than before. Now new policies are requiring you to do an annual inspection. New policies are requiring you to update the inventories in your buildings. And if you don't do this aggressively and on time, then you waive any right to make claims. What we're seeing is, obviously we talked about it before, more and more property owners are having anxiety over premium increases. I can tell you, having been at the city of San Antonio, we were talking about premium increases in the millions every single year. Additionally, the policies themselves are becoming so restrictive and almost abusive, right, that insurance companies are getting very creative in finding ways to not cover you. And then lastly, your assets. Just like every other business, you have assets that depreciate, right, and that require remediation. Now, school districts, however, are unique in 4 real ways, right? Unlike private businesses, you guys are stewards of public funds and stewards, and in that capacity, you have a fiduciary responsibility and a heightened duty of care for the assets that you manage. Number 2, you are unique in that your coverage from the TASB risk pool, also from the, if you have supplemental lines, that is narrowing and getting tighter, putting pressure on you guys to look at your bonds for future bonds for roof repairs. Now, we know, for example, NEISD has one of the biggest bonds in the history of the city, and if you look at it, it's full of roof repair. Same with NISD, and we represent schools all over Texas. I can tell you, whenever we see a bond package, we are seeing more and more and more roof repairs packed in there. Lastly, you all are very unique, and unlike private businesses, you guys have to worry about other things like teachers, buses running on time, cafeteria services, weird, goofy, new legislative agendas that are coming your way, right? And politics. Right? And all of this in the face of limited resources that are becoming more and more limited. So when you think about your obligations as trustees, I'm sad to say that it's harder. Previous boards that came before you, and previous board members, I gotta tell you, probably had it easier. And you know this very well, right? You guys are carrying more responsibility with fewer resources and more, more scrutiny than ever before. And so what we urge our school districts to do is to remember that there's really four things as it relates to these storms and these storm claims. One is just remember your stewards, and that means that you gotta do, set an aggressive inspection schedule. You have to have in place post-storm protocols. You got to make sure that you're keeping all your documentation in best practices format. Also, you got to start, serving as fiduciary plus, right? So not just excellent fiduciaries, but now on top of that, be best-in-class fiduciaries. And so conducting an annual policy gap analysis is a smart thing to do. Going out and seeing whether or not you need to increase your supplemental policies or change or get a little bit more beefy replacement cost value policy coverage, that's smart too. Also, what we need you all to do, we, the citizens of San Antonio, your constituents need you to do, is to start thinking ahead of the storm and be strategists in anticipation of what is guaranteed to happen. You're going to make a claim one day. You are. Maybe you already have in the past. These future claims, what we're seeing, it's a new trend, is that insurance companies are just saying, sue us. Not how can we help you, not how can we make you whole, but just sue us, right? And so what you need to do is work with your superintendent, work with Mr. Carrales, and work with your facilities team to make sure that you have the everything in order, including photographs of healthy roofs. Right? That's one of the things you can do, not just here, but also at your home, right? Because the very first defense that an insurance company comes at you with is, nah. That's pre-existing damage. That was from before, right? And so what you need to do is be able to prove that your roofs were healthy before the storm hit, right? And then lastly, you have a right. You have a right to be a smart consumer and negotiate terms on your policies. A lot of smaller districts that we come across just by the policy, they look at the premium, they check to see if it's ACV or RCV, but then they forget that these are negotiable contracts, right? And one such thing that we're seeing in policies more and more is a requirement that you arbitrate any claims in New Jersey. And so Texas schools are now being forced to spend Texas tax dollars on lawyers in New Jersey to talk about Texas storms that are impacting the schools where Texas kids go to, right? And so the legislature in this last legislative session, they passed a law that said, we're not allowed to do that unless the claims are for more than, or the coverage is for more than $2 million, and unless the school district negotiated their way out of that. And so it's something to consider. I'm begging you, please go back and look at your policies, make sure that there's no arbitration provision in there, and if it is, make sure that you're arbitrating in Texas. As far as why this is important as you're looking at it through the lens of bond packages, it's really critical that you remember that when you go out for a bond, what you're asking your constituents to pick up the damage bill when it ought to be State Farm or Allstate or some of these other, or maybe even the TASB risk management pool. And so a lot of school districts, and we work with a lot of superintendents to show them that it shouldn't be your most vulnerable constituents footing the bill with an interest rate attached to it when it ought to be these multi-billion-dollar insurance companies that promise you they're going to make you whole. And so this is a pretty solid number. If you take all of the moderate-sized Texas ISDs, if they make a 2 to 5 million insurance claim, that translates into the equivalent, its equivalent is about a $30 million to $50 million bond capacity hit, right? And so what we want people to start thinking about is not just having insurance because it's a good thing to have, but using it as a tool to finance the repair of your very important assets, okay? And then I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't point out why it is I'm talking to you. And why your superintendent allowed me to take up your time today. This is all our law firm does. We're one of the biggest in this part of the United States. We do storms and storms only to the exclusion of all other kinds of law. And so people kind of think when we tell them we represent school districts, they're like, oh yeah, you're dealing with your school district lawyers. Not really. We're storm lawyers that school districts hire, right? And so what we do for free, because it's the right thing to do, and remember, this is not a sales pitch. We do best practices training. We sit down with your staff. We sit down with board trustees and show them that, what other schools are doing to be made whole and looking at your policies in a different way. Number two, we actually will do the meteorological reports. We pay meteorologists to go back and do a backward-looking analysis, and we did one for you. We found hail size, hail in excess of 1 inch. We found winds, I think 70 miles per hour winds. We can tell you the direction the wind was blowing. We can tell you for how long the storm was, right? And that's really important to understand as you look at whether or not your buildings require some TLC. We do post-storm roof inspections. I pay for them. And we send up our testifying experts up there to really look with a magnifying glass whether or not you've got storm damage that ought to be considered for a conversation about making a claim. If you engage in negotiations with your insurance company and you pick up the phone and say, hey, we need a little guidance, we do that too. We don't charge for that. And my phone rings off the hook all day long because I go around Texas offering free legal advice. But the reality is that we've done this so much that we can coach you to be able to get the recovery without having to hire us. The other thing that we do is before you make the claim, we'll sit down with you guys and tell you this is what you should say, this is what you shouldn't say, package up your documentation this way, here are the red flags that we see, and we give you all the talking points and the tools you need in order to maximize the possibility of getting your claim recognized and accepted. The other thing that we do, and we do it around the clock, is legislative advocacy. And so believe it or not, I spent this last legislative session talking about you guys and every other school district, and we joined up with Roofer Contractors Association of Texas, with TASB, with the Texas Hotel Lodging Association, with the Texas Association of Public Insurance Adjusters, with the Texas Municipal League, and we go up there and we talk to your legislators to make sure that, for example, these arbitration clauses that require you to arbitrate in New Jersey aren't weaponized against you, right? And so we managed to take some fangs out of those policy terms for arbitration, but we still got a lot of work to do. And so that's something that we're doing just for everybody and anybody who's got a real big roof. And then lastly, I know that I said that all this is the stuff that we do for free. We do. We represent school districts and we litigate. And school districts here in town have received $11 million from the work that we've done for them, $8.7 million from another one. We did a $17 million, brought home a $17 million win for a very, very small school district up north. We're representing a lot of school districts down the Rio Grande Valley because hurricanes, love to visit our friends in the RGV. And the reason I say it's free is because we work really, really hard to make sure that the insurance company pays the attorney's fees as opposed to the school district. And we've been successful in almost every single instance. We consider that a win, right? We are the kind of law firm that doesn't take your roof money or your HVAC money. And so, because you'd never call me for a second roof claim if we did that, right? And then lastly, this is the last slide, I promise you. If you're going to take anything away, just remember, this is your assignment. The best time to storm-proof your district was before the last storm. The second best time is now, okay? And every day without a real comprehensive storm damage plan and a strategy just increases your chances of not recovering or recovering less than what you're entitled to. So 3 things. Superintendent, happy to help you with any of these things. Conduct a risk assessment. Happy to work with you on doing that. I've been ordered by the senator, do what you need to do to help these folks out. And I don't disobey senators. Number two, we'll help you put in place best practices for document protocols. And then lastly, when it's finally time for you to go out and negotiate your next insurance policies, just call us. Happy to look at those and tell you, mira, por ahí, no por ahí, right? And so that's the end of my presentation. I'll stop there and tell you that one of the things that I put on the table is, for the superintendent, is let us identify the schools that we think might have roof damage. I'm happy to pay for the roof inspector. I'm paying them anyway, so I might as well pay them to climb on your roof. And if they climb down from your roof and say, hey, they're healthy roofs, that's a good thing. And if they climb down and say, there's some work to be done there, then we have a conversation about how we might be able to help you going forward, and hopefully, helping you make a claim. And if the insurance company says, you know what, you guys did it the right way, here's all your money that you're owed, so that you don't have to put roofs on your next bond package, congratulations. All that means is that the superintendent owes me a breakfast taco. But if in fact we run into a big wall and you can't settle it, we're here to catch and help you in any way. Any questions, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Pelaez. Any questions?
I have a question. I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
First of all, thank you for the information. For me personally, it kind of gets close to me because I lost my home in 2015 to the
horrible
hailstorms.
storm. Yes, ma'am.
So, and we chose to rebuild on our property, so, and a lot of the stuff you have on here does apply to what you need to do for your home. But here in San Antonio, what school districts have you worked with?
So I can tell you, when we do these settlements, we have to sign non-disclosure agreements with the insurance companies, right?
Okay,
Saying,
all
okay,
right.
we'll pay you this big mountain of money, but you can't tell anybody. So I can tell you, for example, we've represented Harlandale, and they're very, very happy with us. And I can't tell you the amount. But Mission, Donna, school district, name your school district down in the Rio Grande Valley, we've got them. And so those are the ones we've represented in litigation. As far as school districts with whom we've worked on the other stuff, like the training, the documentation, the inspections, every school district in San Antonio has enjoyed these services.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions?
I think she had a question first.
No.
So I guess, thank you for the information.
Thank you, sir.
The ask today, I guess, or the recommendation is that for your organization to allow your inspector to come and inspect our roofs, is that the ask?
That is correct, sir, and happy to do it. We'll identify the roofs that are most likely damaged. We'll sit down with your superintendent, with Mr. Carrales, give them a work plan and a schedule, and then we'll just, we'll send them up to the roof, we'll come down, and if you'd like, we'll come report back to the board formally or informally that we found something or we didn't find anything. And if you didn't find anything, that's really good. Also, you keep that report in your back pocket, and the next time a storm hits, you can tell the insurance company there was no pre-existing damage, right?
Mr. Carrales, are policies ACV or RCV?
I believe with replacement costs on the property, you're gonna have to look at the roofs. I think the roofs, I'm not sure on the roofs, or if some of the roofs are different, I don't know.
And I guess after these inspections, if you identify, let's say, just to not make it sound horrible, one school that has roof issues, and we can track it back through meteorological data to a storm, then we can go back and make a claim even if it's a year.
So long as it's within the last 2 years, the storm damage, which I'm sure it is, you've been hit.
Yeah.
We have a conversation about how best to do that. But to be honest with you, we won't file your claim. We coach you on how to do it yourself, and we really want to give the insurance company an opportunity to do their homework and do the right thing, right? We only jump in if they manage to bungle it up.
I guess you talked a lot of great free stuff, but I guess where do you come in to start making some money?
Yeah, so if in fact, we come in at the very end, sir. So if the insurance company says, no, we're not going to pay you, which happens a lot nowadays, right? That's when we'd sit down and tell you, we'd love to do your legal work as it relates to this one claim only. We'll go get you your money, and then again, our firm makes money if we settle that claim or if we win in court, right? But a real win for us is giving you 100% of the roof money and then making the insurance company cough up the attorney's fees that for the trouble of having to put you through and making a claim that you shouldn't have never had to. They should have just paid out the way from the very beginning. So that's how we get paid.
Okay. And in those cases where we would pay you from the district funds, is it?
You would never pay me from district funds, sir. You will never write me a check.
It's all from that? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other questions?
If I may, sir.
Yes, sir.
So, Mr. Pelaez, for the districts that you've represented, say in the Valley or here in San Antonio, after everything was said and done, did they run into any issues with the insurance companies, with them saying, hey, we're not going to continue covering the school district? No issue?
Not at all, sir. And one, there are some legal restrictions against retaliatory dropping of policies, right? But two, the reality is that school districts are just really good customers, and insurance companies are dying to cover you guys. And they know that if they do business in Texas, they're going to get hit by a claim, right? What they're hoping for is not that you don't make a claim. They know that you're eventually going to make one. What they're hoping for is that you don't know a guy like me who will get all the money you're owed as opposed to just a little bit of it.
Just one more. Yes. So you mentioned, and we've had a company do an inspection.
Yes,
I
sir.
haven't seen the report yet. It hasn't been completed. In the event that that company says that there isn't any issue with the roof and your inspector comes back and says, yes, there is an issue, what happens then?
That happens every day in my business. When our friends go up and hire roofers to go up and say, inspect the roof. And so I'll give you an example. The Battered Women and Children's Shelter had their roof inspected 2 days ago, right? Roofer came down and said, you know what, we're seeing some ponding, we're seeing some leaks. And so here's the pictures in the report. And we asked, yeah, but did you look specifically for hail damage, right? Did you look specifically for the kind of clues like micro cracking on your TPO and other very technical kinds of damage? Most of the time they're like, not really. We're looking for leaks. Right, and so what we're looking for is something different, and we send up an expert up there that's looking for very specifically storm damage so that you can get a complete understanding of the condition of your roof, not just whether it's leaking, right, or it's ponding, or if it's old, right, but specifically whether or not we're seeing the kind of hail damage that will result in leaking in a year from now, not that has already resulted in leaking. Does that make sense?
Yes. Any other questions?
You got a Manny Pelaez special today. I spoke real fast, threw a lot at you, and I don't want to abuse any more of your time. Thank you so much for this, and whether you want to accept our offer now or not, the offer stands. After every storm, feel free to call us.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Pelaez.
Nice to see
Appreciate it.
you all. Thank you.
Good to see you. Okay, next we'll move on to our presentation of the 1 to 3 year maintenance plan. Superintendent?
Mr. Board President, we have Mr. Monreal and Mr. Rosas who will provide an update on the 1 to 3 year program, including the progress made to date, key initiatives underway, and goals moving forward to support continued growth and improvement across the district.
Hello, Mr. Monreal, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Board President, Mr. Hernandez, Board of Trustees, Superintendent, Mr. Ramirez, guests, and community. We have been asked to do some form of a presentation regarding a facility plan that we have in place. We have conducted an assessment throughout the district, and here we're going to be presenting you what we have found. Some of the things that are on there, it's a little busy. I will go over it. Every school, I will start to say that every campus is represented on these slides that are about to be presented. There is other needs that may or may not be listed, but here are the most items that we felt that was important to present. So here we have at the high school, we have what is called fan boxes. And the original installation date, as you look at that column, was in 2010. We have 20 of those that we're proposing. One of the most important things that we look at is the life expectancy. The life expectancy of a fan box, which are in the classrooms, is about 12 years. Currently, at this time, if we propose for next year, if funding is available, it would be at 16-year mark. Those things are still functional, they are still operational. The preventative maintenance program allows us to continue to do that. I do have a picture, actually, I don't know what happened there. This is a picture of a fan box on the left-hand side. Those are the ones that are in the classrooms. And usually they last about 12 years. Right now, we're running at 16 at the high school, still functional. But they are getting to the point that we need to consider a replacement. There is a chiller as well being proposed, up to 12 years. We're at a 16-year mark on that, a cost of $145,000. We also have radiant heaters that are required. We are looking at the automotive shop, electrical shop, and welding shop. Those units, 38-year mark. They're holding up, but we do need to consider making a decision on those. And those are what we call the radiant heaters. That's a picture to show you more or less what those look like. They're suspended in the ceiling, and those are what we have currently in our warehouse at this time. We go on to elevator. Our elevator right now, from 2008, that was installed at the high school, for a cost to modernize it, those things can last up to 22 years. As you notice, it is at an 18-year mark. What happens with elevators is that the parts become a little bit obsolete. So therefore, when we're trying to get a repair done, which is, we're under a gold plan, they come in and they repair it at no cost because we're under the plan for preventative maintenance. They'll come back and say, hey, we're gonna have to install this part, and they do, and we make it work. But it is something that we need to consider at some point, changing that. The ceiling tile or ceiling insulation above the commons area at the high school where we have almost all our events. Back in 1988, that was installed. There is a cost associated of $208,000. That lasts up to 23 years. We're at the 38-year mark on that. And still somewhat, it's holding up, but there are some things that we need to start to consider there. ACES campus elevator as well. There it was a 2009. The same thing applies, that it can last up to 22 years. Right now, currently, that is a 17-year mark in 2026. We also have some water heaters at the high school for the boys and girls showers that we are asking or are looking at. Usually they last 15 years. Right now it's at the 18-year mark. At Matthew, I'm sorry. That was at Matthew. Also, Heritage, we're looking at HVAC controls. That school was built in 1999. And it is getting to that time that we need to start addressing that. Right now, it is at 27 years. They normally last 17 years at a cost of about $340,000. Mind you, these are estimated prices. They could come in at a lower bidded price once we go out and to do RFPs to negotiate pricing. Gallardo Elementary, we have a fire alarm there, panel, dated back to 2002. They usually last, the lifespan of those are 12 years. It is at a 24-year mark. It currently does work. It is doing its job. And so we have a company, Convergent, that comes out, and every year they test the system. So we're in compliance with Fire Marshal Code and all that at this time. But it is getting to a point that it does have beeping. It kind of becomes sort of like a beeping noise, and it's constant turning off, turning on, stuff like that. We have also Menchaca. The playgrounds at Menchaca are starting to come up already. 2017 bond was passed to build the school in 2018. The two playgrounds right now usually last, the playing surface lasts about 8 years. It is going to be at that 8-year mark, and we're going to be asking for funding for that. For a total amount for this 26 school year, or next school year, is $1.95 million. Any questions on this first slide, or any
questions so far? Mr. Monreal, I guess from, so this is your 3-year replacement plan, but you said for a total of 1.9. So are you saying that for this budget cycle, you were looking to request 1.9 million?
For the budget cycle for the next following year, that is something that Mr. Carrales and Mr. Ramirez were having conversations to figure out ways to find the funding for that within our budget. That's what we're at least trying to figure that out. So that would be worked in the budget for next school year.
Got it, okay.
Here we have the replacement schedule for 2027 school year, which would be 27-28, which would be in about 2 years. We have at the high school, the intercom system at the high school that we need to be replacing 2010, up to 6 years. They usually last. We're at 16 year. That model is what is called a Duquesne system. And that one is parts that are being purchased at this time from our purveyor. They're getting them from third party parts where they're just not available through a vendor. You have to go outside and buy those somewhere. And that's what they do. We need to support that. HVAC controls for the high school are also from 2010. For the HVAC controls, what happens there is that we have so many events there that we have to control temperatures, so we do it remotely, we do it from our office, and so sometimes an event may go longer than usual, so we have to be able to control temperatures. And so this system is starting at some point to start having a couple of things go with it. So we're proposing an upgrade there, change out. Fan boxes, again, are popping up. We did 20, the 2026, we're doing 20 more. There's 40 fan boxes total at that campus. For up to 12 years, 16-year mark, that's the lifespan where it is going to be in 2027. At the DAEP campus as well, alternative center, I'm sorry, we're asking also to replace that fire alarm. In 2010, that alarm was installed. The cost of that, of course, is $6,627. It's been, they can last up to 12 years. It is currently at 17-year mark right now. Pierce, we have some rooftop units that need to be replaced in the old main or new main building, actually. They were installed in 1987, and those units are up to 40 years old. So they've been with preventative maintenance holding up. We're still doing good there. They're supposed to last about 15 years, but with our program that we've been cleaning coils, changing filters out periodically, but they are getting to that point that we do need to start considering replacement of those. Gallardo, the gymnasium has a 10-ton split system. That campus was built in 2002. And up to 15 years of lifespan. It is currently at 25-year, that unit, and still holding up. We also have the intercom system there, 2002, 25 years. It's lasted, and it can last up to 6 years. We also need to consider what we consider fresh air control unit. We have also not only the air that is introduced into the air, we also have systems that bring in fresh air from the outside to mitigate carbon dioxide. So this system here will be needing replacement at some point soon. That is our recommendation. For Freedom, we have the intercom system as well. 2003, that campus was built. $33,000 on that, up to 6 years life expectancy, and so far it's lasted 24 years for a total of $1.1 million. Part of it, I do want to say that the intercoms are very important nowadays, especially with our fire drills and our lockdowns. That is very important that we communicate with our teachers. I know we have our system, internal system on the phone, computers, but also they want to hear the command to say lockdown, 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 or whatever the drill is. Here we have a picture of a rooftop unit. The one on the right side is the fresh air unit that we were talking about. Any questions so far on those? Second?
Ms. Morales Garcia?
Yes.
Hello. I know one of the parents had reached out to me a few weeks back asking about the Heritage Gym, the Heritage Playground, because their kiddos weren't able to get the recreation time. Does that count both playgrounds or just one playground?
We've been monitoring the playground. It was shut down because there were some safety factors that they had brought up because of the age of those playgrounds. So we since have made a decision to repair them, and we've spent 3 weeks repairing them. Yesterday, when we inspected it, because we're applying several coats of what is called plastic dip stuff, we think that by tomorrow, if not by Friday, that playground, the first playground, will be accessible. And in 3 more weeks, the second one will be repaired. It is something that, for cost-wise, to replace it, has to be considered, something down the line.
Okay. And then my second question, I know that you had mentioned that you were currently looking for funds, and I'm trying, because I wrote it down earlier when Mr. Pelaez was speaking. Is the State Energy Conservation Office, they have a lot of energy grants, especially through ACOG. Is that a revenue we've explored yet or no?
No, ma'am, but we will.
Okay.
We'll look into that. I do know that the district currently has a lot of grants that, through Dr. Holguin, that she looks at, and so I'll share with her to see if maybe that would be something that we can look into.
Okay, thank you.
Lastly, we have the 2028 school year down the line in the third year. We have what we call the variable fan drives at the high school. Those fans are what drives the air into the classroom. As I mentioned before, we have replaced, and soon in December, as the board had approved, some chillers are coming, the brand new systems, the HVAC. They're going to blow air into the classroom. These are the ones that drive the air into the classroom. And if those start to go out, no matter what the unit on the outside is doing, you can't blow air into the classroom. And that's something that we need to consider at some point. We have van drive. Actually, the fan drive is what saves energy for the district, because what that does, it ramps up and ramps down motors. When we don't have capacity too much, the motors turn down, and our energy efficiency goes into a very good low mode of energy, and that's what those things do there. I'm sorry, I apologize, I thought, and because they have similar. The 4 and 500 wing, again, the other 20 that we're asking for there, in 2010, those have been around for 16 years, up to 12 years. We've exceeded the life expectancy. The Neafie Middle School, it's an energy recovery system. That's what it looks like. That also helps to mitigate some of our expenses on energy costs. And that particular model there is something that we need to consider changing for the future. Neafie does have a good air conditioning system. It will need some fan boxes in the future, but it also will need energy recovery system replacement there on the HVAC, because it has a brand new chiller already. So Gallardo, we have the 15-ton fresh air condenser that we want to consider. 3 of those units, original date of install was 2002 when the school was built. They last up to 12 years. We're at 26-year mark on that one right there. So transportation building, that is something that we're considering, a 15-ton package unit, gas unit to provide. The system there is currently working. It was installed in 1999. Usually lasts 12 years, and it's lasted 29 years on that system, and it's still functional. The Professional Development Center building, the Lozano building, we need to consider changing out a 10-ton split system there, 2 of those. That building in 2010 was built, or at least converted from what was usually the bus barn. It got converted to being the PDC building. It's at 18 years, usually lasting 15. The 5-ton split system, that is also there. We need 3 of those at $40,000. They last up to 15, and right now they're at the 18-year mark. So there, it's asking for $1 million to consider. So. And just to show that we do have logs, because questions come up, are you guys doing preventative maintenance? This is a sample of how our logs look like. And we have record for 10 years that look like this. We keep logs of everything that we do with filter changeouts and cleaning coils and so forth. That is, and the belts as well. A belt is changed out every 3 months, and we have over 800 belts that are changed out every 3 months. That's what we have to do, because they get loose, and then we start having low CFMs on the motors, and then we don't get enough air blowing into our classrooms. And that's what we go look for when those fans, belts start to get loose.
Do you have an audit process in place for the
What's
logs? Do you have an audit process for the logs?
Yes, what we do is we scan them into a folder. That's what we do. We check them, they come to me, and I periodically have meetings every Monday with the leads, and we have discussions regarding all the preventative maintenance programs for water heaters, for everything that we do, from fixing this, repairing that, roofs that need patching here and there. We discuss everything, and yes, we do have a program that we do look at that.
I guess my question is, for example, here on the boys' locker room for Matt, the AC filters were replaced on September 2nd. Do you have a process in place where you randomly send somebody out to go check that did happen?
This is actually done, I understand the follow-up, right? You're asking if there was a follow-up to the individual that changed it. We do have a foreman that goes behind the gentleman who does it, and this is done by an apprentice, and there is somebody who does a follow-up, making sure that these are getting done. Yes, sir.
Is that documented?
The follow-up may not be documented, but we can.
Okay.
We can begin to start to sign off on it, on that. We can do that.
Great, thank you. That'd be helpful.
And that concludes my presentation. If there's any questions.
So I think thank you very much for putting it together. Just a few things. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. And I know we have a lot of equipment within the district, right? And it's on myself and my colleagues to make sure we have and find the money to be able to replace it. And it's great that some of this equipment's lasted 40 years, and it was intended to last, 16, 20 years, and
Yes,
we
sir.
got double its expected useful life. I'd like to get to a point where maybe we're planning, right, for that old equipment, and we're being proactive, right, versus reactive, because then the next thing is when it fails, then we're going to be scrambling to replace it, and we're going to inconvenience our staff, our students, or the team, right, and if we can get proactive with it, right, I would like to see this plan. There was some, even on the 3-year marks, right, they were very, very old, right, and can we look at a plan at that stuff that's really, really old and see what it's going to take to bring it up to par, right, and get us to a place where it's going to be, where we need it to be, and then bring it to us, and we say, hey, and we might say it's too much, right, but let's carve it up in sections. But sometimes superintendent's really good, and he finds money somewhere, and maybe we start to take some of that money, right, and applying it to this, if my colleagues would consider it as well, right? Just so that we can get proactive. It's great, right, that we try and make it last as long as possible, but even like with school buses or other equipment, right? It's great that they last a long time, but doesn't mean we have to run them the whole time, right? Let's get new equipment for our students and for y'all, really, to make sure that we're being proactive, or we're not going to be scrambling at the end to ensure that we're getting it repaired. The other part too, I don't know if you track it or not, but out of all that equipment, I don't know if you track how many times you've had to send a team member out there to tweak it, to clean it, to do something to it, right? That maybe if the equipment was replaced before, you would have saved on the labor, on the truck rolls, right, on the parts, and that might add up to being cheaper and just replacing it in the long run itself as well, right? So
Yes,
something to consider.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions, Brenda?
I have a question. Thank you for the information. My question is how did you prioritize what's 1 year, 2 year, and 3 year? Because to me, looking at it, like, for example, you mentioned about the intercom system, that's a security issue. I would think that would be one of the most important things, although, yes, our kids and our teachers and staff need the air and the heat, but That kind of concerns me about the intercom systems. I just think that's a priority.
All intercom systems are operational at this time. They are doing their job. Today, we had Convergent out because we have a couple of classrooms that start buzzing and they start kind of making interference noise. So they were here on site. So we have them on where anytime there's any issues with any type of intercom issue, they come out and right away we mitigate it, we take care of it immediately. So what we're saying is that when it breaks to totality, like these old Duquesne systems, they cannot be replaced. The actual phone cannot be replaced, and we haven't gotten to that yet. But some of the components that go out here and there, whether it's something that went out, a circuitry or something, they find a way to make it work. And we've had success for the last 3 years. But you're correct. If it has to be a priority, we can make that as part of the first year.
Yeah.
This was just, when we do our assessments, we look at the age of the equipment, we look at, through our work order system, that we track every single concern that comes in, we start to look at those, and that's how we start to say, hey, we've had so many concerns with this unit. And then through the HVAC's experience and their knowledge, they're the ones that come to say, hey, sir, we need to do this. The electricians themselves, all trades come and tell me, we have meetings every Monday, and we talk about this is what we need. There are needs in the district, and we have been addressing them, and we're very blessed in many ways. We only have one chiller to go. We have 10, and all 9 right now, with the 3 that you all approved that are coming in December. We're going to be golden. Our boilers, all of them are brand new. So we're like way ahead than any other district at this time. But these are some other things that we have to start addressing as time goes on.
Well, back to the intercom, I guess I'll go back to what you had mentioned about piecing things together. And that concerns me, because when it goes down, then what are we going to do?
Yes.
I'm just a thought. I'm kind of concerned about
Yes.
that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions? No. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to a presentation on the transportation update, Superintendent.
Mr. Board President, we have our Transportation Director, Mr. Neafie, who will present an update on the Transportation Department addressing employee pay incentives, the status of the bus fleet, and the various forms of support and resources currently being provided to assist the department.
Good evening, welcome.
Good evening, board members. Good evening, Superintendent Ramirez. A transportation update for you tonight is currently, let me get this going here. Currently, our fleet, we have 53 buses with 5 spare buses used as needed. If a bus goes down, we have one of the 5 to use. Since 2020, we have 27 brand-new buses that were purchased, some through grants. Our proposal, if budget allows, 2 new buses for the next 3 years. We'll recommend for your approval. Current pay of bus drivers, the highest paid, we're one of the highest paid districts in the area compared to neighboring districts. In 2021 to 2022, we had a $2,500 incentive plus the steps. 2022 through 2023, they had a $3,000 step with steps. 2023 to 2024, 2320 plus steps. In 2024, 2025, it was just steps. And then this past year, with your approval, we had the we had a 4% increase. Additional assistance, given the opportunity to be absent. So right now, we're looking to give drivers that want to work extra, this is kind of the incentives that we're looking at. They can work whether in the maintenance department, the schools, answering phones, what have you there. So given the 3 opportunities to be absent before an extracurricular trip and still have the opportunity to be in line for after-school trips, And then possible additional hours, like I said, work after their morning routes, whether it's answering phones, manning the metal detectors, hallway monitoring, or working with our maintenance department. And then, of course, the superintendent and myself, we have the open door policy for any of the staff that needs to vent or talk to us.
Does that complete your presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you. No problem. Thank you for that information. Any questions for Mr. Neafie or Ms. Flores?
No, I don't.
Mrs. Silva?
Do you have, as Mr. Monreal has, do you have ledgers of, or work orders, or whatever the case is, when someone reports a windshield wiper doesn't work, or a light is not working? Do you all have all of that documented?
Yes, ma'am. We document everything that we do on the bus. Currently, we don't have a maintenance program in place. It's something we're looking at, that keeps track, whether it's parts, what have you, on each bus. It's all documented.
Any other questions? Ms. Morales Garcia?
I have a question. So your employees are often the first ones to clock in and the last ones to leave. How do you keep morale up?
Well, like with our PBA day that we had, we had a team building workshop. We played games that really brought up, they do like to party, they do like to cook and eat and that sort of thing. So usually when there's a holiday, there's plenty to always eat, so.
That's awesome. Okay, let me know about the next party. I'll bring my 2-year-old. She likes to dance.
Absolutely. We have some good cooks.
Thank you for doing that. That's really important. Any other questions? Great, appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to our next item, which is information, review of financial statements for September 2025. Superintendent?
Mr. Board President, we have our CFO, Mr. Carrales, to review the finances for the month of September.
Welcome, Mr. Carrales.
Good evening, Board President, Mr. Hernandez, members of the board, Superintendent Mr. Ramirez. Going through the September finances. Before I get started, I didn't get a chance to thank Ronald, but I do want to thank Ronald and Linebarger publicly. They have a very difficult job making sure that they enforce the law to collect taxes and then also treat our taxpayers with respect and courtesy. So they do have a tough job, and they also partnership with the district in many other areas. They do prepare a 50-page report for us annually. I kind of asked them to present every other year, so if somebody just needs a 50-page tax report presented, just let us know. We can bring them more often. If you want to pass, and that's okay too, I understand. Going through September, it's a little difficult to kind of tell too much information with 1 month. Things we do know so far, and we have a $73.5 million budget. Revenue and expenditures, we did apply the budget amendment that the board approved last month, keeping the budget in balance. We do already know that it will be very difficult to maintain this as a balanced budget this year, as everybody's hearing about the needs. Those needs come up, and we talked about many times, when 80 to 85% of your budget is salaries. That that leaves you approximately 15% for everything else. Utilities will take $1 million of that. There'll be several large amounts. Curriculum purchases, just for the curriculum programs we have here, will cost $1 million. So we'll have some very, very large purchases that will eat into that other 15% pretty quickly. We are also living in very difficult times. We needed the legislature to step up and help us in many other areas that they didn't. They dictated where we could spend this money. We didn't quite get bus money, roof money. We didn't actually get money. The money that the state provided out of this legislative session was dictated. So that left us with all the other needs that we actually have right now, and we're hearing about that now. September, we had 10.9 in revenue. The state pays us 15% of our total allotment. That's the highest allotment that we receive, or highest payment we receive percentage-wise throughout the year. Other months from the state will either be 10%, 5%, or 0, depending on what month it is. We spent approximately $6.2 million on the expenditure side of the general fund. A little bit higher than we'd like to be seeing right now, but definitely expected just due to the fact that we have a lot of bills that we need to start paying at the beginning of the year once the budget is open. Moving on to food service, we have the $9 million. This has the $180,000 budget amendment in there. We brought that created a deficit for $180,000. Once again, that was already planned expenditures from the prior year. We have a very small amount of revenue at $30,000. That is due to the fact that the state reimbursement is filed at the end of the month or at the beginning of the next month, so we don't see that money come in till the next month. So September's money comes in October. But of course, we do have the current month's expenditures at $779,000. Moving on to debt service. Same thing, we started out with a $6.6 million budget. We've applied the budget amendment that was approved, and that reflects the $8 million. This managed to stay a balanced budget. Also, very small number of tax collections come in, as they mentioned, as Ronald mentioned. The statements go out in October, so we don't have we don't see a large amount of tax collections at this time. And of course, the $1,750 is just some small fees that we pay to the paying agents this time of year. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Carrales. Any questions for Mr. Carrales?
No.
Okay, no
Thank you.
questions. Thank you, sir. Okay, at this time, we're going to skip item 6 and move over to item 7, which is closed meeting. The board's going to adjourn to a closed meeting in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code 551.074 and 551.076 to consider the following. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, discussion regarding board member duties, roles, and responsibilities. Pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071, consultation with legal counsel regarding legal issues concerning the status of and contract for the athletic track resurfacing project. Item D or C, pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.074, discuss and consider employment of employees and resignations. The time is now 7:51, and we will be entering closed session.
Perfect. Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right, good evening, everyone, and thank you for your patience with us tonight. Please note that the board is coming back out of closed session. The time is now 9:08 p.m. And at this time, the board will not be taking any action on items discussed during the executive session. So with that, we're going to be going and moving back to our new business. First item of new business is discuss and consider approval of marking the establishment of Southside ISD. Superintendent?
Sir, Board President, we have Ms. Rincon and Ms. Orozco who will present information regarding the historical establishment of the school district. They will provide key dates and documentation for the board to review and consider in order to determine and set the official date of the district's establishment.
Good evening, welcome.
Hello, good evening, Mr. President, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Ramirez, and our families who are still watching and here in the boardroom. Good evening. As mentioned, my name is Sylvia Rincon, and our communications department has had the honor and privilege and fun to take on this project. But before we begin, I wanted to give some big kudos to Ms. Corina Orozco, who has been our lead researcher in all this. And my, oh my, there was times when the conference room in our area was full of yearbooks, and dare I say, she seemed giddy and just joyful as can be doing this work. So a big round of applause for her. Thank you for all this.
Thank you, Mr. Orozco.
For quite a while, we've been wanting to undertake something like this, and hopefully we have some answers for you guys. You will note that it says from 1839 to 1964, so settle in, peeps. We're about to give you a history lesson. We'll begin with the establishment of Texas as a statehood in 1839, just as a reference point. The objective here is to give you the framework of how we came to be a Southside ISD, and it is a lengthy history, and we're going to try to dwindle that down. Here in this particular area, you will note in the 1850s, Southside ISD had what was known as scattered schoolhouses for some time. The history in the area does go very far back. In the 1850s, you had much of the land was donated for schoolhouses. Asa Mitchell School, for example, was land donated for a schoolhouse in the area in the 1850s, along with Borrego School, Oakley School. Some of these lands were built on the grounds of the Battle of Medina. Some of them were donated by actually family members so their children could be educated. In 1883, you had Carmen School, 1899, Thelma School, and in the early 1900s, Carmen and Buena Vista schools were established to help educate children in the area. By 1909, in this area, the Commissioners Court established over 40 rural school districts in San Antonio. And on April 17th, 1909, Borrego, Oakley, Buena Vista, Thelma, Carmen, and Positos were all established as rural school districts. 1911, the Rural High School Law was passed, which established county boards of education and permitted the creation of rural high schools and the consolidation of common school districts. The Rural High School Law passed as a way to help expand financial state aid in rural areas. It included state support for teacher salaries and school supplies. This, as you noted earlier, you may have noted that a lot of those schoolhouses ended and were abandoned in 1949. A quick note of what was happening at that time. It was in the mid-century, after World War II, across the nation, it was being discovered illiteracy rates, inefficiencies, inequities, funding issues. And so you'll start to notice that across the nation that there was this reformation going on with public schools, which brings us to 1947 here. Between 1947 and 48, the attorneys of LULAC, the League of United Latin American Citizens, filed and won the Delgado v. Bastrop ISD case, ending segregation of Mexican-American students in Texas. This led up to the Gilmer-Aiken laws in Texas. Together, the ruling of Delgado v. Bastrop and the Gilmer laws took a significant role in addressing school districts efficiency, and financial issues. The bill also included the creation of the Texas Education Agency. Each of these events was a step taken towards raising the general level of school standards and eliminating inequities. In 1949, a petition signed by community members in this area, including Borrego, Oakley, Buena Vista, Delma, and Carmen Common School Districts, was presented to the Bexar County Commissioners, requesting consolidation. This should be noted that Bexar County ordered an election, and on May 16, 1949, the votes tallied were for the establishment of Southside to become Southside Consolidated Common School District number 17, in effect replacing the common school district, the individual common school districts. In 1950, on November 1st, the Board of County School of Trustees of Bexar County ordered the Common School District number 36.5, Pocitos, to annex with Southside Common School Districts to create a high school as one. From there, the district was known as Southside Rural High School, District number 717. The next most important year here in the establishment is 1964. Southside's board held an election for the community to become an independent school district, and it passed. Since September 28, 1964, Southside Rural High School has been known as Southside Independent School District. These are the excerpts from the Bexar County Commissioner's Office and our Southside Independent School District minutes for 1949, 1950, and 1964, establishing the names that we just talked about. There are records that have been compiled and gathered by Ms. Orozco, thank you, and you see before you there those excerpts and proof. More sources are at the end of this paperwork that you have. Our next slide shows where we stand if we calculate the years established based on the year we want to start counting from. If we decide that Southside ISD was established in 1949, that was 76 years ago. 1950, when it was the Rural High School District number 717, was 75 years ago, and Southside ISD from 1964 was 61 years ago. As we mentioned, the references to what we just talked about is on the last page there, but that concludes this presentation. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Rincon. Any questions?
Lots of questions. Thank you very much. Okay, so can you go back to the other slide? Because I've been here my entire life, so a lot of this I already know. So we know that in 1949, we became Southside Consolidated Common School District.
Correct.
And so 1949 is essentially when Southside School District
We
was
believe
established.
1949 is the essence of what we know today,
Right.
when they all came together.
And Thelma and Buena Vista were like already well-established in the not even consolidated school district yet.
Many of those schools were established, but yet they were using resources from neighboring schools to survive, if you will.
Yeah. So, you know, if we do anything, Southside School District was essentially established in 1949.
That seems to be.
And it just kind of grew to where we are now. But we are still Southside School District.
The bones of what we see today began in 1949 based off of these records.
Correct.
And all that was really changing were the names,
That's it.
pretty much.
Yeah.
But because of the way financially it was structured at that time so that there could be more funding available.
Right.
And all that was coming down from Austin.
And so you look at the 1950, and a lot of the people who went to school at Southside School District in 1949 are still around.
Yes, ma'am.
And so, I don't think we should even consider 1964 because that would kind of erase my first through 7th, 8th grade. And it would erase these people that have lived out here their entire life. So I think we stay with 1949.
Any other questions or comments?
I see where you're coming from, because I felt the same thing whenever Pierce was burnt. However, I know it says community votes for Southside ISD in 1964, so technically on paper right now it is 1964, correct?
The name, yes.
I wish we could go back and say the scattered houses, since they were in district, technically were part of SISD, and we go back to
We have the map.
1850.
The map of what was, that you see on that first slide has a snapshot of what the scattered schoolhouses look like, and that's basically where we're at right now. But they were all over. This is just our district.
Mhm.
There were a lot.
So it's documented, the scattered schoolhouses are documented in
Yes,
this
indeed.
attendance. So to me, it should, I agree with her.
1850s.
Go back to 1850, because that's really where it started, if it's documented. And then that would cover, even though it wasn't called Southside,
Well,
it is in that.
1850 had several schoolhouses that were all over the district,
Right,
the communities.
right, but they were in the boundaries.
Like
for Southside.
Thelma and
Yes, they're,
Buena Vista.
Mesa,
yeah.
Mitchell,
Where Oakley
Borrego,
is.
Oakley, Carmen, yes.
No,
You
the
know,
only
this-
thing
you know
I've,
where the cemetery is?
yes.
Okay, so in that general area was Oakley Elementary.
Oh, okay. The only thing I know, I'm familiar with is the Thelma. The old, that's where the old building is over there where we passed by that on the trip. So, 'cause my husband, when we passed by, he always mentions, I went to
That's
school
where we
there
went-
at one
that's where we
time.
went to school.
Yeah,
That's where we
so
started.
that's
You
only.
were saying to consider 1850 as a,
I
as a
say
beginning
1850. I
timeline.
kind of agree with, if it's documented in
Yeah.
the papers
As
here.
it's in our
we
district
should-
lines.
It's
Yeah,
really- yeah,
if
it's
they were in
really
the
up to you guys for
attendance area.
discussion, yeah.
And by the way, you did an excellent job. I mean, I'm not from here, but this is beautiful. You did a
Corina,
great job.
I have a question. Did you drive around to some of the schoolhouses that were pre-established just to see if like any of the remains were still there, or like any of the shells of the houses?
I want to,
No.
because like reading all of these and seeing the map, I do want to go see them physically, but I haven't yet.
And you might be surprised, I know my former district I work at, one of the school buildings is still on Couples Road, and it's a house now, but it was the original, and they've been trying to make it a historical marker, I guess. Yeah, but the people won't sell it, but they've been trying to do it, and it's so neat. You can't imagine, so you might be surprised if you find a
Northside
house.
started the same way.
Do you know
Yeah.
if there's any of these buildings still standing?
Do what?
Do you know if any of these schoolhouse buildings are still standing?
Thelma.
No, the
Now,
schoolhouse.
Schoolhouse.
Thelma,
Schoolhouse.
before they built Thelma, which is the school that's out there now, I remember there was a 2-room school building. Just two rooms in a wooden house. And then once we started going to Thelma, then they tore down the buildings. Buena Vista was the same way. It was up and running till sometime in the 70s, I believe it was. And they shut those down, and the buildings were destroyed. There were a lot of them. There was Asa Mitchell School, which is in Casson.
That is technically the oldest one in 1850.
Yes, yes. And they were there, and I'm thinking that, I don't know if there's a little store there in Florestown now. I don't know if that was one of the original school buildings or not, but I don't think there's any more of the older school business. They were all torn down and new schools were built.
That, or they might have been made residences, like the example gives, maybe they
No.
could be, no? You know the area better than I do,
Well,
so.
and I know the ancestors too.
Yeah.
Like to Thelma, I can go back like 4 generations.
Wow.
So what did that?
I'm sure this conversation took a turn that I didn't expect.
No,
Well,
Yeah.
we totally
If
were
I may
hoping you
say
guys would talk about
So,
it.
so I spoke to Ms. Bustamante. Her parents graduated from Southside. in her reviewing everything that's been presented, she felt that the start date was 1949. I was hoping she would say 1950 because that would mean that this year would be the 75th anniversary. Ms. Melissa Martinez, her mom did her thesis for her master's degree on the development of Southside. And in one of the excerpts, she talks about in 1949 that they're going through the planning to create Southside. And then in 1950, it's actually done. However, in the wording, you can't tell whether something was done in 1949 or all the planning was taking place in 1941 and then established in 1950. But just going through, and it's one of the citations there, her thesis. So I would say that to make sure that, because there is a, is it 90-year-old lady?
We have a 90-year-old alumni.
From the class of?
Who is, I think, 1953.
1953.
Her niece has reached out, but we have difficulty, we're playing phone tag a little bit with them.
Do you know her name? Is it Miss Feded?
Catherine Griffin, she goes by Kathy.
Who?
Kathy Griffin. She graduated in 1953. She is in the yearbooks, our yearbooks that we have found go back to 1950.
She's 50 in Harlandale and then 51 in.
Yeah, because they would go to Harlandale and graduate from Harlandale until we got our high school in 1950.
So the former student says that she actually drew the cardinal, and that's how the cardinal came to be. I know in speaking to Ms. Robles, she has another take with what was shared with her, that there were more girls than boys, and the girls liked the cardinal and the boys liked the bulldog, and it ended up being the cardinal. Ms. Griffin is saying that she drew in a contest the cardinal, and that became the actual mascot of the district. But that's for the board to decide. I think moving forward, whatever date that the board does decide on, that's what's going to set the establishment date that at this point has not been done for the school district.
I like how you said bulldogs, and that's who Somerset ended up taking down the street.
And I always thought the Cardinals is because I have cardinals all over my yard. I just thought cardinals were popular out here. So it's interesting.
It's a lot to take in and think about, so.
Any other questions or comments?
Can we reach out to some more alumni just to get a few more input and ideas?
Who is we? The district or?
Corina?
So you were recommending 1950, you said? Or what year? again?
For at least from what Ms. Bustamante shared, her parents were at school in 49. They ended up graduating from Southside, and their diploma says Southside High School.
And it is noted in Ms. Luna Martinez's paper that she states, quote, in its 23-year history, she was referring to Southside, and she was following the 1949 established date at that time, just in her paper.
Because you mentioned something about celebrating 75 years if we went.
If it was 50, then there would be a 75th anniversary of the school district this year.
Sir, I think you're looking for an excuse to party.
I think
You want to
that-
have a celebration?
Well, other than celebration, I think that you see the pride in the school district and having a celebration of the roots of the school district, especially with the younger students. And for them to see what used to be their school district and what it is today would be absolutely amazing for us to be able to experience that. However, we don't want to change the dates for the sake of a celebration. The next celebration would be, if the board went with 1949, would be the 80th year anniversary. That's 4 years from now.
Gives you time to plan.
Okay, so we can get more info or we can vote. So,
I say vote. I think we vote. But what are we going to vote on? What do we vote on?
I feel like this is a big decision for us to vote on, historically speaking. I don't know.
Jesse?
I need a motion either to delay it or to vote.
Okay, I'll make a motion to delay
Making a decision.
making a decision upon further research. Will that work?
I second.
Will that work?
That works.
Okay.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Brenda Olivares, second by Mrs. Morales Garcia. Mrs. Olivares?
Yes.
Mrs. Unger Robles?
Yes.
Mrs. Morales Garcia?
Yes.
Mrs. Silva?
Yes.
All right, no, just unanimous, yes. Motion carries. We'll get, we can just get some more research, and also, we're a little light on this side today, so probably gives a good opportunity for the rest of my colleagues to provide some input as well, so I think it's valuable.
But you did a great job.
Yeah, I think if we can bring it for the next meeting, hopefully we'll have a full slate. I know there was some emergencies that came up today, so we weren't able to all be here.
You'll have time to get some more questions out there.
Try to
Right.
collect some like stories or testimonials. That'd be interesting to hear.
The good news is we have a very clear timeline now for the website historical section.
Great,
It's been
great,
kind of mucky.
great work, so,
Yes,
Wikipedia will get an update as well.
okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, next item, discuss and possible approval of the selection of a Southside ISD trustee to serve on the Southside Education Board. Superintendent?
Mr. Board President, we have the Executive Director of the Education Foundation, Ms. Rincon, who will ask the board to consider nominating a representative to serve on the Education Foundation. This representative will serve as a liaison between the foundation and the district, helping strengthen the partnership, supporting fundraising initiatives, and promote programs and directly benefit our students and school district.
Welcome again, Mr. Rincon.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you and serve. As mentioned there, the Southside ISD Education Foundation is here to help in so many different ways. It is a 501c3 dedicated to helping Southside. I do want to acknowledge we do have a representative from the Board of Directors. In the audience there, we have Ms. Jasper Gonzalez, who was elected our president for this upcoming 25-26 school year. She, however, is just going to take a seat over there.
Welcome.
Nicely. She's a good example of how the Education Foundation is a mix of both local business leaders, community leaders, and alumni and community members. We have a good split amongst the Board of Directors and our volunteers right now. I have a very brief presentation. Our vision for the foundation is to enrich the lives of the Southside Independent School District. The mission of the foundation is to enhance education for Southside Independent School District students by funding additional learning opportunities and resources. And this next slide breaks down the benefits of a trustee on the foundation board. In the last 10 or so years that I've been serving as the executive director, best practices dictate that it is always a good idea to have someone from the Board of Trustees on the actual board as a non-voting member. The sources that I've gathered for these, this bullet point here are from the National School Foundation Association, the Texas Education Foundation Network, and other various associations who have researched this and who've dictated that best practices for a foundation to have a trustee are as follows. It ensures alignment, first and foremost. A trustee can help ensure the foundation's efforts align with the district's vision, mission, and strategic direction. It helps facilitate communication. It helps with strategic funding, and that the foundation can more effectively provide funding for programs and projects that are crucial to the district's overall goals and not covered in the general budget. It helps with that community connection. It helps promote accountability on both sides. For trustees to be on a foundation, it can contribute the accountability of achieving the shared goal of student success. And then finally, advocacy for public education in general. This is a time when schools need a voice, and foundations can provide that extra and other opportunities to promote your success and the success of our students. That's a little bit about the foundation. That concludes this part of the presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Rincon. Question for you. Are you aware of, I know we have a lot of districts within our Bexar County area, and a lot of foundations. Is it common, or are you aware of other trustees from other districts being on foundation boards?
I am. Most notably is the North Side, Northeast, and San Antonio ISD. They are volunteers, though, and they serve as liaisons. They also all have their superintendent also as an ex officio as well.
Great, thank you. Any questions?
Yeah.
On the flip side, there are school districts that don't have anyone, and they operate on their own, which is not recommended.
Yeah. So just to let you know, Jesse, that one of the things I learned through leadership is that a lot of the school districts across Texas, that is a big thing to have a board member, school board member as part of the foundation. And again, the superintendent. So in fact, I had approached Mr. Ramirez, and I've talked to Sylvia about it. So, and I know Katie also, when she was in leadership, I don't know if you all discussed it in your leadership.
No.
Yeah, it was discussed quite a bit because we had talked about it. So I was wondering if going through this process, just so everybody has a chance, is it possible maybe we can add in there that we rotate, that the board member does it for a year, so that way it gives everybody the opportunity to serve on the board? Or is it something we have to stick with,
Well, every
during
year
our
the
term?
foundation does reelect its officers and all the roles, and that would be the time to do that.
Yeah, I just think it would be fair for everybody to have that opportunity to experience it.
So we can bring it for nomination
Right.
yearly.
Mhm.
Any other questions? Ms. Morales-Garcia?
How often does the board meet?
Once a month. We try to take a month off in summertime, and then the officers meet a little more often than that. And some of the meetings, we try to rotate. One meeting is in person, and often held here at the district or in a restaurant, and the other times are virtual. And then we try to have at least one party, and usually that's in December.
How many events does the foundation hold per year?
A few. We have, of course, bingo night, the golf tournament, we host the top 10 banquet, and we volunteer for things like back to school bash, feast of giving, summer movie nights. And if some of them had it their way, we'd do a few more.
And then my last question is, as board members, what do you hope that we would attribute to the foundation? I know we're non-voting members, but in lieu of not voting, what can we bring that'll help the foundation long-term?
Money, connection.
Okay.
The foundation's main goal is to raise money for the kids. So in addition to money, it's just that partnership, that network. You have access to so many things as trustees, not just the community, but the meetings you attend. It's another seat at the table. And having Southside at every table is so important to our kids and to our families.
I know some of y'all know, I helped re-kickstart the foundation
Sure did.
many moons ago with Sylvia.
My goodness.
As an
You did.
intern.
It's all true.
Yeah, so seeing the logo is a little nostalgic right now. But it's definitely something that you get the opportunity to bring in new partnerships. I think whoever we do appoint needs to be willing to go into the community and really promote our district and bring in those partnerships that we don't have. We have really competitive education foundations from other districts. Northeast is really competitive. San Antonio ISD, they're like I know they're way larger than
Millions
ours,
and
but
millions
there's.
of dollars are
Yeah,
brought
those are in the
over there,
millions.
yeah. The other thing too is advocacy. In a time when the board here cannot maybe say something that they really want to say,
Yeah.
the 501c3 can maybe do that for you in different ways.
And Sylvia does a great job at working with Kat and Judy from the other organizations that are, well, they're the leaders of the other education foundations. So I think we would also need somebody to really help build on those relationships. Yep.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, Do I have a motion of anyone either nominating themselves or nominating a trustee?
I'd be willing to step up and start for our board. So can I nominate myself?
You can. Is that,
So I can make a motion to nominate myself for the board.
I second the nomination.
okay, Mrs. Brenda Olivares makes the motion to self-nominate to serve on the Southside Education Foundation. Ms. Morales Garcia seconds. Mrs. Olivares?
Yes.
Okay, Mrs. Sangre Robles?
I'm going to abstain.
Okay. Mrs. Morales Garcia?
Yes.
Okay. Mrs. Silva?
Yes.
And I just unanimous yes. Motion carries. Congratulations and thank you for serving.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I look forward to it.
Okay, next item is discuss and consider approval of the Menchaca options for the parking lot. Superintendent?
Mr. Board President, we have Mr. Monreal and Mr. Rosas who will review with the board various options for the Menchaca parking lot that were previously presented to the board. Their presentation will include potential improvements and the cost considerations.
Welcome again, gentlemen.
Good evening again. We want to present the board to consider approval of the Menchaca options for the parking lot. One of the considerations is that we have a concern that when it rains, the staging area becomes unusable, resulting in traffic being on the shoulder of 281. So here to present some of those options again would be Mr. Rosas, and I'll interject as needed.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Here we have the current parent staging area and what's used 99% of the time. Here are three materials to consider by three companies. The pricing increase by company 2 and 3 is due to the subcontracting, while company 1 is done by the contractor. Material 1 is limestone base, and that material can be driven on rainy days and can be reused in the event of a parking lot is considered in the future. The pricing for company 1 came in at $49,312, company 2, $300,000, and company 3, $208,820. Material 2 is millings. It can be driven on as well during the rain, and has a savings of $16,885 that'll come from the track project. But it will have to be removed if a future parking lot is considered. What the pricing for that is $59,100 for company 1, company 2, $487,500, company 3, $164,000. And with the track millings, it brings the price down for company 1, $42,215, company 2, $470,615, and company 3, $147,115. The material 3 is asphalt. Same, it could be driven on during the rain, but it would also have to be removed in case a future parking lot is considered. The pricing for company 1 is $142,000, company 2, $675,000, and company 3, $326,000. Here we have is the full parent staging area that would be used only about 2 to 3 times out of the year for large school events like the first day of school, parades, or graduations. And here are the pricings, the same for company 1, 2, and 3. For the limestone, company 1, $74,787, company 2, $525,000, company 3, $291,405. And for the millings, company 1 with $83,350, company 2, $825,000, and company 3, $186,000. With the savings, bringing it down from company 1, $66,465, company 2, $808,115, and company 3, $169,115. And for the asphalt with company one, 309,900, company two, 1,250,000, and company three, 398,000. Here we have a Menchaca schematic design for a full parking lot. The turnkey estimate is 2.5 million, which will include the civil engineer service, geotechnical survey, permit designs, and the RFP. It's giving an additional 336 spaces and 8 ADA, which brings you to a total of 511 total spaces and 16 ADA spaces. And here's a schematic design for a half parking lot. The turnkey estimate for the half parking lot is 1.4 million, with the scope of work of civil engineer services, geotechnical survey, the permits designs, RFP, giving an additional 180 spaces and 4 ADA, bringing you to a total of 355 total spaces and 12 total ADA spaces.
Thank you, Mr. Rosas. Any questions? Ms. Morales-Garcia?
I feel that if we vote on this, the funding, I would feel more comfortable if we had a full board to vote on this, just because I know that the estimated cost is kind of a big amount, and so I would like to get the full board's opinion on this. So I'm asking if we can table it.
Okay. Any other questions? Ms. Silva?
Company one for the limestone, is it a reputable company? I mean, the cost is so much lower. I mean, you know, you always hear you get what you pay for, but is there a big discrepancy in the prices?
So the discrepancy is that in company 2 and 3 is being subcontracted from the contractor, and company 1 is being done by the contractor.
And for the limestone, basically, they're just gonna level it out and then throw the limestone rocks and lay it out and level that out?
Yes, and then it'll be compacted in as well, and, but the benefit of using the limestone base is if in the future you want to do a parking lot, you could always reuse that, bringing the cost down of the parking lot.
Got it. Okay.
And the others would be paying out
To
and
remove it.
then having to tear it out.
Okay. Any other questions? Ms.
Just
Olivares?
one question real quick. You mentioned, how many events happen that we might use the full lot? Because I know the question now is half a lot,
3,
full
he said, I
lot. You
think.
said, yeah, I heard, but I didn't.
You use, for Menchaca, it's probably about 2 to 3 times out of a year, you would use the whole parking lot, and that's due for like parades, the first day of school, and graduations.
Yeah, because when I pass by there, it's about not even half full. Usually, that's what I've seen. I've never seen during a school day, other than events happening.
Yeah, that's why it's only 2 to 3 times out of the year.
I have a question for Mr. Ramirez. What are we looking to do with that? Make it strictly a parking lot, or is there something for future development that can be put there? What are we looking at?
So if I may, sir. So usually these type of projects and talking about the track, talking about the turf, and in this case, the parking lot, usually this is funded through a bond. So the idea was that, of course, we want to get the input of the trustees and to make sure that we make the right decision. So eventually, I think that a parking lot is needed due to the number of students that are attending Menchaca. We have a little bit over 800 kids that are attending, so there's a need for a larger parking lot. However, in my opinion, and it would be that it would come through some kind of bond. A good starting point would be that we set a foundation right now that would be usable in case of rain. The rain will come, and eventually, when it rains, the parents have to line up on 281. It becomes quite a disruption. and a little bit of a hazard for our parents and for our students. So it is in our purview to move forward with something that does not exceed 50,000. But like Ms. Silva said, we want to make sure that if something is done, that it's something that will be usable for something else. So I would recommend that the limestone be considered because it can be used as part of the foundation for a future project. And if the board wants to consider a future parking lot, that be possibly one of the requests from a bond. However, if the board feels that, you know what, we should just move forward with a parking lot and not wait for a bond, that's entirely up to the board. But I know that luckily we haven't had too much rain where it hasn't been a disruption there at Menchaca, but it will come. And we were trying to avoid that as much as possible.
Mr. Hernandez, I kind of agree with Maggie that I think a decision like that should be left to all of us, because I know Ms. Salazar had some concerns when we discussed this before, so I kind of would like to include Katie and Maggie. I mean, Katie and Lisa on the decision.
So I will say that we do have a quorum, so we're able to vote on it as we wish, but I'll take any motion that y'all would like to present.
So I still have one more question.
Yes, ma'am.
Since Ms. Salazar and Ms. Farias are not here, and we approve it, can we bring it back again for whatever concerns that they might have?
I would say no, because if we approve, you're going to start working on this, right?
Start working.
Yeah.
And my
So
thing,
yes, ma'am.
my thing is, we've been dealing with this for 3 years
Yes.
already, and TxDOT had to get involved, and our kids and our parents are out in the roads. We need to get it done. We need to get it done.
So I'll make a motion. You ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. I make a motion to approve option 3 for the Menchaca parking lot for
Company one.
Company 1 for a half lot.
I'll second it.
Okay, I have a motion for approval of option 3 limestone for the half lot by Mrs. Angurobles, and I have a second by Ms. Silva. Any discussion or any other items to consider?
I would like I forgot the wording, but I would like to make a counter motion that we table this for a special meeting to include Lisa and Katie in the discussion as well.
If I need to, I'll second that also.
Okay, so I have amended motion to table this item for a later meeting by Ms. Morales Garcia, second by Ms. Olivares. So we will vote on the amended motion first.
Which is?
To table it for later. Okay, so, sorry, just want to make sure I get this right. So amended motion by Ms. Morales Garcia, the second by Ms. Olivares. Mrs. Olivares?
Yes.
Mrs. Anger Robles?
No.
Mrs. Morales Garcia?
Yes.
Mrs. Silva?
No.
Can I, Jesse Hernandez will go yes, so motion will carry. So we will table this item for next month's meeting. Okay? Okay, moving on to our next item, discuss and consider approval and execution of an agreement with BFI Waste Services, LP, DBA Republic Services of San Antonio in the annual amount of $85,013.39. Superintendent?
Mr. Board President, we have Mr. Dan Garza and Mr. Monreal who will discuss the recommendation to award the contract to Waste Services to BFI. They will review the proposal, associated costs, and how BFI was selected.
Welcome, Mr. Garza.
Thank you, Board President, Mr. Hernandez, Superintendent, Mr. Ramirez, board members, and members of the community. The Purchasing Department advertised a RFP for waste management services, resulting in receiving 2 proposals from Waste Management of Texas and Republic Services of San Antonio. The Evaluation Committee individually scored the 2 proposals, resulting in Republic Services as the highest ranked proposal, and we were recommending approval and execution of the contract in the amount of $85,013.39. And note, as the recommended vendor is our current incumbent vendor as well.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Garza. Any questions for Mr. Garza? Okay, I make a motion to approve the execution of an agreement with BFI Waste Services LP, DBA Republic Services of San Antonio in the annual amount of $85,013.39. Do I have a second?
I second.
Okay, Ms. Morales Garcia, second. Ms. Olivares?
Yes.
Ms. Anger Robles?
Yes.
Ms. Morales Garcia?
Yes.
Mrs. Silva?
Yes.
I just noticed yes, motion carries. Thank you, sir. Next item, discuss and consider approval of a contract renewal with Alamo Filters Company for the purchase of HVAC filters in the estimated amount of $51,000. Superintendent?
So, Board President, we have Mr. Dan Garza and Mr. Monreal who will present the proposed purchase of filters for the district's air conditioning units. They will review the specification, costs, and benefits of the purchase to ensure proper maintenance and efficiency of the HVAC systems.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. So last year, the Purchasing Department advertised a request for proposal, and the board approved an agreement with Alamo Filter Company on a board date of October 16, 2024. So this is an annual renewal of that contract.
Thank you, Mr. Garza. Any questions for Mr. Garza?
No.
Okay, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the agreement with Alamo Filter Company in the estimated amount of $51,000. Do I have a second?
I second.
Okay, Ms. Morales Garcia seconds. Ms. Olivares?
Yes.
Mrs. Anger Robles?
Yes.
Mrs. Morales Garcia?
Yes.
Mrs. Silva?
Yes.
I just noticed yes, motion carries. Last but not least, discuss and consider approval of the federal grant threshold that governs federal procurement of goods and services. You really drew the short straw tonight. Welcome.
No, it's a pleasure. Thank you. Good evening, President Hernandez, members of the board, Superintendent Ramirez. Today, we're here to discuss the recent change to federal grant thresholds. So the change is really about 2 things, inflation and efficiency. To the administrator address from the agency on September 25th, 2025, and effective October 1st, 2025, the rules that govern federal procurement were revised to reflect the cost of inflation, as we've been hearing tonight. This will apply to school districts with local action and also references Senate Bill 1173 that we spoke about at an earlier board meeting, raising the expenditure threshold for required procurement. We're really looking at today only micro purchase threshold, and you can see here that this increases our micro purchase threshold from $10,000 to $15,000. So in order to do that, we're here to seek board approval. We will update our local policies and our procedures, which really is our Federal Grants Administration Manual. And because we're only taking action or proposing to take action on the micro purchase, we are not required to notify TEA. So this change, again, is the federal threshold to micro purchases is not a requirement. We do have the option to retain the $10,000 threshold as it's currently written in our administration manual. But as I mentioned, if we elect to update the $15,000 threshold, we're required to obtain board approval and make the changes in our manual. And as you can see here from the thresholds, it would increase our micro purchase to $15,000, which would also increase our simplified threshold to $15,001. On the state column in the middle, you'd see no change, and we would, as a micro purchase, we would still look for a reasonable cost, equally distributed among vendors. And when it gets above $15,000, we would, as we are doing now, we would obtain 3 quotes. And so everything else would remain the same. You would have the threshold from $100,000 to $250,000, even though there are the options to go up to $350,000. But at this time, all we're asking is to increase our micro purchase threshold. Are there any questions?
So again, any questions? Okay, no questions. Sorry, I need my glasses, sorry. At this time, do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the federal grant threshold.
Thank you, Mrs. Olivares makes a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Mrs. Sangre Robles seconds. Mrs. Olivares?
Yes.
Mrs. Sangre Robles?
Yes.
Mrs. Morales Garcia?
Yes.
Mrs. Silva?
Yes.
And I just yes. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, before I wrap up, just want to thank everyone for staying and hanging out with us tonight. Sorry that we went really, really long. I think it's been one of the longest meetings in a while. So just hope everyone gets home safely before y'all head out. So with that, I'll go ahead and make a motion to adjourn. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
My friend Olivares seconds. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, the time is now 9:59, not even 10 PM. We are adjourned. Have a good night.
Thank you, guys.